we are going to clause by clause. And when we left, we were on, just a minute, let me just get my head here. We had finished CPC 4 and we were going to go to CPC 5. So Mr. Nater, Mr. Nater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the next few clauses are under Mr. Vierson's name, and I believe he's declining to move the next few, and we'll be going straight to CPC 7.
All right, so do I have unanimous consent to withdraw those amendments from the committee? No one is raising a hand, so it's obvious everyone
point
is
of order?
Yes?
Point of order, Madam
Yes.
Chair. I just
Yes,
wanted
Peter?
to specify, I don't believe we require unanimous consent if the mover of the amendment withdraws it. And I think this will be very relevant later on in the evening, which is why I'm raising it now.
I think I'll go to Amy, but I do think that you require unanimous consent if someone wants to withdraw a motion or an amendment.
I believe Mr. Villa is going to take this one.
Pardon, who's speaking, Mr.?
It's going to be the legislative clerk.
Mr. Mellor. Yes, Mr. Mellor.
Yes, indeed, you don't need a unanimous consent before the amendment is moved. Once the amendment has been moved, then at that point you need unanimous consent to withdraw it. But if it's not moved yet,
okay, thanks.
Just
so
not,
he's not moving them. That's right.
That's right, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mellor. Thank you for that clarification. And so we will therefore then go straight to CPC 7. Mr. Viersen?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And once again, I just want to reiterate that the main thrust of this is to prevent sexually explicit material from falling into the hands of children. This is something that we already do on the airwaves. The CRTC is already managing this when it comes to television. We should not allow online platforms to have unlimited access to our children when it comes to pornographic material. We already manage this when it comes to corner stores as well, so your bricks and mortar stores. So it's ensuring that that would take place online as well, given that the intent of this bill is to level the playing field, although I'm not necessarily convinced that that's what this bill entirely does. But this, I think, would be an improvement to the bill. Therefore, I'm moving this. I think that online sexually explicit material should be regulated in the same way that paper and also television are as well. So those are essentially my comments, and I went over it as well.
Could you just read in the amendment, please, into just for the record?
Yep, for sure. So that the bill C11 Clause 3 be amended by adding after line 15 on page 5 the following. 3.1 paragraph 3.1d, the Act is amended by adding the following after subparagraph 4.5, seek to protect the health and well-being of children by preventing the broadcasting to children of programs that include sexually explicit content, and 6, safeguard the human rights of women and marginalized people by preventing the broadcasting of programs that include pornographic material that is produced through sexual exploitation or coercion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And so we will go to discussion of that amendment.
I have
Clerk, you let me know whose hands are up.
Yes, Mr. Julian and Mr. Cotto.
All right, Mr. Julian.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to support CPC 7. But I want to be clear as well. In C11, there is no provision for censorship. There's no shutting down of freedom of speech. We all know that. There have been certain Conservative MPs, like Mr. Scheer, who've tried to pretend the contrary. But we all know, and anyone who has read the bill knows, that you cannot refer to censorship when it comes to C11. This, however, and it's a little ironic, but it's a Conservative amendment that does introduce an element of censorship It prevents the broadcasting to children of programs that include sexually explicit content, and it prevents the broadcasting of programs that include pornographic material that is produced through sexual exploitation or coercion. So I want to be clear to committee members, this is the only element of C11 that introduces censorship. It is ironic that the Conservatives have proposed this amendment, but I support it because in this case, the censorship, the preventing of broadcasting, is in the public interest. So I want to say that I will be voting in favor. I believe that the public interest is upheld through this, and committee members and anyone who is watching this committee through the web, through the House of Commons web broadcast, should know that this introduces an element of censorship for the first time to C11, and it's Conservatives that have introduced this amendment. So I'm supporting it because it does meet public interest. But for those who say, well, C11 has some censorship in it, finally they'll be right, because if this amendment passes, it does introduce an element of censorship into the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Julian. Mr. Coteau.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I have a question for maybe Mr. Ripley, if you can, I don't know if you can answer this, but if this passes, would it essentially mean that a platform, an online platform like a Netflix, for example, that may have a movie that is sexually explicit, would be prevented from providing that type of material if young people have access to Netflix?
Mr. Ripley.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question, Mr. Coteau. So just to situate where this amendment is taking place, it would be taking place in the policy objectives of the Act, along with other policy objectives that are set out, and then it is over to the CRTC to operationalize that through various mechanisms. There is a degree of action already in this space with respect to adult channels that may appear on cable or satellite packages, and the CRTC has put in place certain measures with respect to those channels that require certain things of them, given the type of explicit content that they are distributing. That is traditionally done in the legacy broadcasting system by working with industry associations to develop those broadcast codes and standards. And so my expectation would be, what would happen if these amendments were to pass is the CRTC would look at, probably to the extent that those codes already cover these kind of issues, and to the extent that there are gaps, they would probably work through their industry associations to adapt the codes as required. But that can include things like user interfaces designed for children. It includes classification of programming, all of those type of measures.
So it sounds like what would happen would be a Netflix, for example, if it does have sexual content on its platform, they just look for ways to prevent access to, of course, younger people. Which I think there's age restrictions on, like my Prime, for example. You've got to put in a code if it's above a certain thing. Is it that type of stuff we're talking about, or could it actually be interpreted in such a way that it would actually remove that content from a platform, an online platform, so no one would have access to it?
So thank you for the follow-up question. Based on if we're talking about subparagraph 5, it's about protecting the health and well-being of children by preventing the broadcasting to children of programs, right? So again, I would expect the kind of space we would be in with a service like Netflix would be a discussion around kind of the protections they have to make sure that children cannot stumble onto content that would include sexually explicit material, such as the interface where you set your kid up and they click through. For example, my read is that it does not mandate the CRTC to prohibit, for example, Netflix.
Right. So we're not talking about censorship overall, like for everyone. We're talking about just preventable methods to stop children from accessing material. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Housefather has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Monsieur Champoux était avant Monsieur Housefather. Je m'excuse, mais je me suis
I'm
trompée.
sorry.
Mr. Champoux was before Mr. Housefather.
Yes, you were absolutely correct, Dr. Frey.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have the same concern with CPC 7. I would say that subparagraph 6, well, we can't be against it since we're trying to protect the production of pornographic material under such reprehensible conditions. However, subparagraph 5 does create a problem for me. We want to protect the health and well-being of children by preventing the broadcasting to them of programs that include sexually explicit content. So what is that exactly? Who decides what constitutes sexually explicit material? Today, around this table, we could decide that a certain type of content is sexually explicit. Another group might decide that it is something else, for example, a mother who's breastfeeding. So the definition of sexually explicit content is problematic to me because there will be divergent opinions and it will be very difficult to pin that down. I would be in favor of CPC 7 if subparagraph 5 were removed. I understand that its intent is good, but it has no place in this, and it is a slippery slope. It is more like censorship than the protection of health and well-being of children. I fully support subparagraph 6, and I could support the amendment if subparagraph 5 were eliminated.
Mr. Housefather?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I fully agree with what Mr. Champoux just said.
Preventing the broadcasting to children of programs that include sexually explicit content, and essentially in a bill where we have Conservatives reticent to give powers to the CRTC, we're giving unlimited powers to the CRTC to determine what is sexually explicit. How do we stop children from seeing this? Does this mean a 17-year-old who is not an adult but is a 17-year-old is not allowed to watch Game of Thrones? I find this to be absolute censorship. I don't agree with it at all, and I don't agree with giving the CRTC the powers, much as Mr. Ripley may minimize what it is they would do. I don't agree with that. I think we're giving them effectively wide open powers to determine what is sexually explicit, which is not their mandate or their role or what their expertise is, and then to figure out how to stop children somehow from seeing this. And in the end, we're going to restrict adults from seeing materials that are not illegal but are simply sexually explicit. So I don't agree with how this is worded. I also question whether or not the CRTC is the one, because there are other means to stop pornographic material that is produced through sexual exploitation or coercion that is illegal in Canada. It is an illegal activity. I don't believe the CRTC has the means to know what material was produced that way. So, if anything, in a bill where we've been talking about all these draconian powers that we could be giving to the CRTC, this is the First Amendment that gives real censorship powers to the CRTC, a body that I don't think is equipped to do this. I think there's an online harms bill that is coming, and if stuff like this should be somewhere, it should be in an online harms bill where you create a regulator that is expertised and knows how to do this. I don't think the CRTC is the right body at all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Frey, you are muted, and Mr. Viersen has his hand up.
Muted because I don't want to hear you listen to you hearing me chomp away on Creole fries. So there we go. So Mr. Viersen.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just reject the entire premise that this is censorship. Again, we don't consider it censorship when we keep pornographic material out of the hands of children in any other venue, whether that be at the corner store or whether that be on the airwaves when it comes to your television in your home. So though that is what this amendment seeks to do, we don't consider that censorship when we don't sell underage children pornographic material at the corner store. We don't consider it censorship when we don't allow certain channels to be broadcast into homes at certain times of the day. So that is what this amendment seeks to do. The term sexually explicit content or pornographic content, they're they're quite interchangeable, are well defined in Canadian law. That's not something that we've been dealing with. I think Parliament has been dealing with going back 60 years. So that's not and the courts as well. So that's not something that's a major issue. And I'm looking forward to having my colleagues' support on this amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Coteau has his hand up, Dr. Fry.
Thank you. Michelle Coteau.
Yeah, so what's the definition of a child? Does anyone know that? What age? Are we talking 0 to 12? We're talking, back to Mr. Housefather's point, should a 17-year-old be told through, an amendment like this not to watch Game of Thrones? I think it's a very good point. Does the Act define a child? I don't know at this point. Mr. Ripley, perhaps?
Sorry, Mr. Coteau, I wasn't clear who the question was directed towards. So the bill does not provide for a definition of children. So I'm not in a position to advise on kind of what age range that would include in this instance. Look to Mr. Viersen to clarify what his intention would be with that respect.
Madam Chair, if I can just say that I agree with the spirit of the amendment. I honestly do. And what you've said, I agree with pretty much everything. The problem is, if we pass something like this, it will be challenging to define, age. And it will, I have a 16-year-old daughter. She watches things that, a 16-year-old watches, and I don't know if this would prevent her from watching something that, that's innocent enough, but it could be considered, sexually explicit. I don't know what the definition of sexually explicit is in this bill. So it's hard for me to support, even though the spirit of what is being what the member's trying to achieve is something I agree with. It's just it just opens up too much interpretation. And back to the Conservatives' point, we haven't seen regulation, that may define, some of these pieces. So I'm a bit hesitant to support the proposed amendment, even though I agree with the spirit of what the member's trying to achieve. Thank you.
Madam Chair, you're muted.
Sorry, guys. Clerk, is there anybody else on the floor with their hand up?
No, Madam Chair.
No. So, seeing that there is no further debate on this particular amendment, could we call the question, please, on CPC 7? Shall CPC 7 carry? Clerk, please.
Absolutely. On the question of CPC 7, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Mr. Perkins.
In favor.
Mr. Upal.
In favor.
Mr. Upal, could you just turn your camera on, please, sir? Thank you, sir. In favor?
In favor.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Waugh?
Opposed.
Monsieur Champoux?
Je suis contre.
Mr. Julian?
In favor.
Dr. Fry, that is 7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 7 does not carry, and we now move to NDP 3. Mr. Julian.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I won't take a lot of time to talk about this. Many witnesses came before the committee, and we're concerned about ensuring that we use Canadian creative and other resources in the creation, production, and presentation of Canadian programming, and that broadcasting undertakings contribute to the creation, production, and presentation of Canadian programming to the greatest extent that is appropriate for the nature of the undertaking. So I propose this amendment in that spirit to maximize Canadian employment.
Dr. Fry, Mr. Champoux, and Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Julian, to just read it for the record.
Madam Chair, Michael Coteau here. Point of order.
Yes.
Is it possible for us to? Does it have to go on the record every single time? Can we just let people decide if they want to read it or not, just to save time?
Well, I think there is no other way of putting it on the record unless the mover moves it.
But can't they just move?
It shouldn't take a lot of time. I mean, we're going to take more time debating whether people move it or not. So, Mr. Julian, can you please read your motion quickly?
Point of order. Can I ask the legislative clerk if it has to be read, Madam Chair, if that's okay, just for process?
Well, I can ask the legislative clerk, and I will give you his answer. So we will suspend while I ask the legislative clerk. To read them every time. So thank you for pointing out that ability for us to be more efficient. Appreciate it.
Dr. Fry,
thank you.
Just to clarify.
Now we will, pardon?
Sorry, just to clarify, the speaking list was Mr. Champoux and Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Champoux and Mr. Coteau. Martin?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand that BQ5, if we pass NDP 3, will be automatically cancelled. I completely agree with Mr. Julian's motion, of course. I believe that this is a very important amendment so that we can ensure we use to the maximum Canadian creative and other resources to create and produce content here.
Thank you, Mr. Champoux. I just also wanted to say that while adoption of NDP 3 makes BQ 5 moot because they're identical, but if NDP 3 is defeated, so will with BQ 5 for the same reason. But if NDP 3 is adopted, BQ 6 cannot be moved due to line conflict. Just so that everybody's clear. I usually tell you this before you vote, but
Rappel au règlement, Madame la Présidente.
Yeah.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask the view of the legislative clerk on that, because BQ 6 concerns F1. It doesn't affect the same lines.
Mr. Miller?
Yes, Madam Chair. Sorry, I was reading the amendments to make sure I understand
I'm
the
sorry,
question.
Mr. Champoux is asking,
Yep.
because I told everyone that if NDP 3 is adopted, BQ 6 cannot be moved due to line conflict. He's asking why.
Yes, that is exactly why, because their NDP 3 amends line... pardon, je vais le faire en français, Monsieur Champoux, pardon.
I'll say this in French. NDP 3 modifies lines 21 to 40 of the French version. And BQ6 amends lines 34 to 40 of the French version, lines 28 to 34 of the English. Amendment BQ6 deletes the lines that in fact constitute F1. So amendment BQ5 is on 3F, and BQ6 is a 3F1. There might be some confusion about the line numbers, but we are talking about different subparagraphs of the bill.
Mr. Mello, would you like to respond to
NDP3, l'amendement NDP3.
NDP3 replaces F and F.1 and F1.
Donc,
Thank
en
you.
adoptant.
So if NDP3 were adopted, we would in fact be deleting F1. Right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shampoo. And now I have Mr. Koto. Michael?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. A quick question through you to Mr. Ripley. Would something like this even be possible? Is it feasible?
Mr. Ripley?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Coteau. So the government's position on this has been, one of the reasons for Bill C-11 is to bring into the system non-Canadian broadcasting services. These broadcasting services, generally speaking, for the most part, have global business models whereby they are making production for global audiences, not exclusively the Canadian audience, right? And so the issue that this committee and the previous committee and the previous parliament has grappled with is how to square the current standard that is in the current act that talks about making maximum use, but only applies to Canadian companies whose operations take place in the Canadian context, and it makes sense to ask them to make maximum use, no less case predominant use, because again, the reference point is exclusively Canadian, with the fact that moving forward, you will now have non-Canadian services who are expected to contribute to the policy objectives of the Act. And the reference point of maximum use in a context where the operations of those businesses are global, from the government's perspective, has been challenging, right? And the government has heard from those companies that they do not think that is a realistic benchmark. And that's why, the language that's currently in Bill C-11 is reflective of the work that the committee did in the previous parliament to set out a maximum use standard with respect to Canadian services, and then with respect to foreign services, pushing them to make the language in the bill is the greatest practical use of Canadian creative and other human resources, but also clarifying that they should contribute in an equitable manner, i.e. in a fair manner, like the CRTC's got to look at their contributions compared to the contributions of Canadian broadcasters to make sure that the system is fair and everybody is pulling their weight. So the proposal being put forward would create one standard applicable to all and would be that higher maximum use standard. And I would also highlight that the language in the current bill, i.e. the current Broadcasting Act, talks about, has a little bit of flexibility in the current standard because it talks about unless the nature of the service provided by the undertaking, such as specialized content or format or the use or languages of other than French and English, renders that use impracticable, in which case the undertaking shall make the greatest practicable use of those resources. And so I would just note that the standard being proposed no longer even has that degree of flexibility incorporated, so it is quite a high standard that the committee would be proposing for all broadcasting services.
Thank you.
Thank you. Martin?
Ouais, ce que je comprends de ce que monsieur...
From what I understand, Mr. Ripley is saying, listening to the industry instead of listening to the difficulties of Canadian producers. We'll be listening to multinationals. We're talking about the use of Canadian resources for the creation, production, and presentation of Canadian programming. I understand that if we're seeing a Swedish miniseries, I don't expect them to be producing in Canada. But I do understand that we are hearing the complaints and listening to the complaints of these companies rather than move towards an equitable market for Canadian companies and foreign companies using the Canadian market, which is the point of C11. I find it difficult to justify that we're bending to the requests and reasoning of the multinationals rather than obliging them to use, when producing here, Canadian talent, which are just as capable, if not more, than foreign talent of producing Canadian content that tells our stories. So this is not a good argument. And I think Mr. Julian's proposal, which is similar to ours, represents the will and demands of our industry and is what will genuinely help our talent here.
Dr. Fry, Mr. Waugh had his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have some questions for the officials. The trade agreements, when this actually was signed in the 80s, the Deputy Minister of Canadian Heritage, and I forget the person's name, I apologize, I've read the book, but it was a big component of the agreement back then, where Hollywood and others did not agree with Canadian laws on Canada-U.S. trade agreements. And I'm not sure this wouldn't follow the same trait, that we're going down the same road. And it was the Deputy Minister of Canadian Heritage at the time that actually saved the bill, the broadcasting bill. It came to U.S. Congress, and they intercepted it, and then we worked our way through it. So, here Mr. Julian has brought an amendment to this, but I am very concerned that we're going back to this with the USMCA some 31 years later when, and I wished and you probably read the book, and I wished I had the name of the book, but it was specifically on this issue of Canada-U.S. trade relations dealing with heritage and broadcasting. So, does it change anything 31 years later?
Thank you, Mr. Waugh, for the question. Not entirely sure on the book. I mean, I would say our trade obligations is obviously something that we have kept certainly in mind as we have crafted this legislation and have made efforts to ensure actually that it's crafted in such a way to be non-discriminatory. For example, Canadian online undertakings like Crave, for example, or Club Illico would be expected to contribute just like non-Canadian undertakings. And so, we have certainly kept those considerations in mind. In response to, the committee's debate, the government is seeking to put in place a bill that has a high degree of ambition with respect to seeking contributions from these streaming services. But at the same time, we have been mindful about the need to put in place a bill that at the end of the day can be operationalized as well. It's got to work in practice, and I would come back to the reference point with respect to a Canadian broadcaster who is established in Canada, has operations here, who inherently uses only Canadian resources with respect to its operations. It's a different reference point than a global company. I certainly hear Mr. Champoux' concerns about making sure that we are being very ambitious with respect to the contributions we're seeing from those companies. But we do need to keep in mind that they are a very diverse group of services potentially, ranging from Netflix to Disney Plus to Amazon, and the business models are different. And so the goal was to ensure that the CRTC has the clear direction to seek from them the greatest extent possible the kind of contribution they can make to the system.
That's
Thank you,
it,
Mr.
Madam
Ripley.
Chair.
And I understand. So, Mr. Waugh, is there anyone else, clerk, whose hand is up? Then perhaps we will call the question. Shall NDP 3 carry?
Excellent. On the question of NDP 3, Mr. Biddle,
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau,
Opposed?
Ms. Hefner,
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather,
Contre.
Mr. Lewis,
Opposed.
Mr. Nader,
Opposed.
Mr. Perkins,
Opposed.
Mr. Upel,
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh,
Opposed.
Mr. Champoux,
En faveur.
Mr. Julian,
En faveur.
Nine nays, 2 yeas.
Then NDP 3 is not carried. And that also means then that BQ 3 is also not carried. And so
BQ
therefore we
5.
can, pardon?
BQ5.
BQ 5, yeah, 5. Okay, now we can move to BQ 6 because NDP 3 is not adopted. So we can move to BQ 6. So now, Mr. Nader, Mr. Champoux.
He's much younger than me. Please don't insult him too much. Madam Chair, I'm glad that we will be able to look at adding 3F1. I believe that foreign companies should not be treated more favorably than Canadian companies. And what F1 does is that they are being encouraged but not obliged to do anything. And in my view, that maintains inequity in a market that needs to be rebalanced. So I would ask the committee to accept this amendment, which deletes F1 from the bill.
Dr. Fry, Mr. Housefather has his hand up.
Any hands up? Mr. Housefather, anyone else? Mr. Housefather?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that my friend Martin will agree perhaps that this paragraph is not practical, because if we keep paragraph F, by removing F1, we would have no obligation affecting and imposing obligations on foreign companies. If we remove that subparagraph, there would be no obligation on foreign companies, and that is not Mr. Champoux's intent, I believe.
Effectivement.
Yes, you're quite right. Which strengthens my argument.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Champoux.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's fine.
You do not wish to speak. All right. Anybody else, clerk?
No, Madam Chair.
No, and nobody virtually as well. So I shall call the question. Shall BQ 6 carry?
Thank you. On BQ 6, Mr. Biddle,
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau,
Opposed?
Ms. Hefner,
Contre.
Mr. Housefather,
Contre.
Mr. Lewis,
Opposed.
Mr. Nader,
Opposed.
Mr. Perkins,
Opposed.
Mr. Upel,
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh,
Opposed.
Mr. Champoux,
Je vais voter contre.
I will vote against it.
Tu votes contre?
Mr. Julian,
Mais moi, je vais... si le proposeur vote
Mais non, mais
contre, moi, je vais voter contre.
Well, I will vote against it.
Mr. Fry, that's 11 nays.
Thank you. Thank you, Clerk. BQ6 does not carry. And the next on the agenda is going to be Liberal 4. And I just wanted to note that if Liberal 4 is adopted, BQ7 on page 36 cannot be moved due to line conflict. Mr. Housefather.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is identical to the issue that Martin and myself raised. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so we need a discussion on Mr. Housefather's motion, which is no hands up. Then we will call the question. Shall Liberal 4 carry?
Consent.
Agreed. Agreed.
I'm
Madam Chair.
sorry,
Madam Chair, I think you have unanimity in the room to say if it passes.
thank you, Mr. Housefather. I cannot see the room, so thanks for telling me that. All
Point
right,
of, point of
so
order.
that,
Point of order.
Liberal 4.
Point of
yes?
order. Point of order. Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Julian.
I have delightful news to bring to you. And that is that I am withdrawing NDP Amendment 6, NDP Amendment 10, NDP Amendment 11, and NDP Amendment 14. So I am withdrawing 6, 10, 11,
10.
and 14, which will mean a shorter night for all of us.
Thank you. Thank you kindly, Mr. Julian. Now I'm going to go to obviously BQ 7. Well, no, BQ 7 is still on now. So shall Liberal 4 carry? Can we do the question, please, Clerk?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. That's. Just wanna
Madam
make sure I
Chair,
have
I'm
the
so
right
sorry. It's
voting
Anthony. I think we have consent in the room, Madam Chair, unanimously to pass this one.
All right, thank you. Then we will not need to call a vote. Everyone's happy with it. Okay, so the Liberal 4 is carries. All right, and now we go to BQ 7. Cannot be adopted because Liberal 4 is adopted. So now we go to PV 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In case folks around the table wonder about PV, back in the day when I first started presenting amendments, they didn't want to use G for green because they'd be confused with government, which someday will be the case. You'll have a green government and there won't be any confusion. But for now, PV is Parti Vert. And presenting very succinctly this amendment, which would create new language on page 6, just after line 22. It comes from evidence that the committee has heard, largely from the community radio, community broadcasting groups. I won't read them all out. But they wanted, and this amendment creates the opportunity for a divergence of opinion and view to be heard on matters of public concern, and specifically, and this is language that I think is so good, is to directly participate in public dialogue on those matters through the community element. And so the amendment would inject the notion that our public broadcasters and our community broadcasters, and that this whole act, in terms of the Broadcasting Act, creates opportunities for respectful dialogue, for exposing people to different views, and also creating for them not just an observational experience, but a participatory experience to participate directly in public dialogue. I think if we had this kind of thing, we wouldn't see such low voter turnout as people were able to engage. So that's my submission, and I hope that this amendment will find favor with committee members. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. May. And any discussion? Anyone from the floor?
Mr. Biddle has his hand up, Madam Chair.
Chris?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I don't know why I'm at a loss for words. It's the first time in 6 years. We're supportive of the amendment, however, and I'm hoping it can be a friendly amendment, that on the in between, on the third line after matters, so it would be on those matters, including through the community element. So just in between lines 3 and 4, including the word including. You're on mute.
Is that an insertion, Mr. Biddle, or are you removing anything at all from the amendment?
I'm moving an amendment or a sub-amendment.
Yes, but I don't know if you are just moving between matters, after matters of public concern, including through the community element. Does that mean that the rest of that sentence is gone?
No.
I didn't quite understand it.
So it would read on those matters, including through the community element, semicolon, and.
All right, thank you. Now we would like to discuss Mr. Biddle's sub-amendment. Discussion, please.
People are looking to me, Madam Chair, but I am not, under the terms of the motion passed by this committee, allowed to have an opinion on whether something is friendly or not, because I'm not the mover. It was deemed moved by the apparatus that was created that brings us here today. I certainly, if it was up to me, I would say that's friendly, and I like it a lot. But I'm not actually permitted to do that under your rules.
Thank you, Ms. May. So anyone else wishing to speak to this? No?
Madam Chair, please.
Hands, Madam Clerk?
This is the legislative clerk.
Yes, Philippe.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Miller.
I had a question for Mr. Biddle, just about the amendment. Just to make sure I understand how it reads, it would be on matters, including through the community element and of public concern and the rest of it, or?
Yes, it would. Sorry, yes, it would remain the same. I'm just putting in the word including between matters and through.
So there's no through community element anywhere?
Yeah. On public dialogue on those matters, including through the community element and. Everything else would remain the same except the inclusion of the word including. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry.
Are you clear, Mr. Miller?
Sorry, I was looking at the first matters because there is one on the third line.
Oh, my apologies.
Yes, that's right.
I think it is the first matters, if I understand Mr. Biddle correctly.
Second matters.
Am I right, Mr. Biddle? Mr. Miller wishes to know.
It's the second matters. So on line it will be between line 4 and line 5 of this paragraph. In public dialogue on those matters, including through the community element and.
Okay. Thank you. I thought it was the first one, so I am sorry. Thank you for explaining that sub-amendment. Now, any discussion on the sub-amendment, Clerk? No? Then my question shall be that should that sub-amendment be carried?
There's consent, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And then my question now would be, should the amended amendment be carried? The amended PV1 amendment be carried.
Agreed.
Everyone agrees? Is there a consensus on the floor?
Yes. Yes, agreed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, now the next one is shall BQ8. We'll come to BQ8. Mr. Champoux.
Voilà, alors, Madame la...
Madam Chair, this amendment proposes that we include the greatest possible contribution from the Canadian production sector, whether it is independent or affiliated with or owned by a broadcasting undertaking. This is an amendment to the current legislation. It's not in C11 per se, but we'd like to add this to correct a situation that exists. When the Broadcasting Act was passed in 1991, independent producers were a developing industry. They were not yet a force in the sector, but now they are. And at the time, we didn't want to encourage independent producers with a specific paragraph in the bill that would call upon them to be favored. But now, in fact, it's the opposite. Independent producers and creative artists in the cultural sector in production constitute an important part of the sector and are often the benchmark, the primary resource towards which the broadcasting industry turns for production. So given that, I think it is absolutely appropriate to amend the wording of the 1991 Act and to add, after line 22 on page 6, the following: 5.1 subparagraph 3.1 IV of the Act is replaced by the following: include the greatest possible contribution from the Canadian production sector, whether it is independent or affiliated with or owned by a broadcasting undertaking.
Thank you, Mr. Champoux. Is there any discussion of this amendment?
Mr. Biddle has his hand up.
Thank you so
Yes.
much, Madam
Mr.
Chair. And this comes from from our earlier arguments with respect to previous amendments brought by the Bloc, and we do appreciate the where it's coming from. But foreign players are already spending billions in Canada, employing thousands of Canadians across the country, and they are a vital part of our industry. Requiring the greatest possible contribution would challenge these successful business models and could lower activity in Canada. We are committed to ensuring that foreign players make a significant contribution, the most possible, and to incentivizing them to do more. So unfortunately, we have to oppose this section.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, and none from Mr. Upal, so I shall go to the question, and the question shall be, shall BQ8 carry? Clerk.
Thank you. On BQ8, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Contre.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Mr. Perkins.
In favor.
Mr. Upal.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux.
En faveur.
Monsieur Julien.
En faveur.
Six yeas, 5 nays.
Then BQ8 carries. Next is G3, and that is, I think, Tim Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is a simple clarifying amendment that harks back to what we said earlier, ensuring official language minority communities are supported in C11. It clarifies changing the language from it was needs and circumstances to now it will be needs and interests. I believe this is a positive change, not contentious, and it actually will strengthen the agencies of these communities within our broadcasting system. So I hope that this one will see support. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this amendment? I see no hands from where I sit, Madam Clerk, so that I see none from Mr. Upal. And so basically, my question will be, shall G3 carry?
Agreed.
It's Chris. It looks like there's consent in the room, Madam Chair.
Sorry, did you say, Chris? I didn't hear you.
Looks like there's consent in the room.
Thank you.
Unanimous.
Then obviously we needn't go to the vote. So G3 carries. Now, NDP 4, Peter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. More delightful news. Really, 4 and 5 were, I think, through earlier versions, because we sent in a revised version more recently, a few days ago, aren't really touching what NDP the NDP amendment is. So it has been distributed, and under NDP 4, what I will offer instead. That Bill C11 in Clause 3 be amended by replacing lines 37 and 38 on page 6 with the following, quote, Indigenous persons within community elements which are positioned to serve smaller and remote communities and other elements of the Canadian broadcasting system, close quote. This has already been circulated in English and French, and it replaces NDP 4 and NDP 5.
Thank you. I would hope that somebody would send that to me, but let us go ahead. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Hearing none, seeing none, then it would sound to me like
Madam
we
Chair?
yes, yes.
Just need a clarification from Mr. Julian, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Just to make sure, the amendment you just moved, is that the one we sent earlier by email, or?
Yes, that's been distributed.
Okay, so the one we sent by email replaces NDP 4 and 5?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Seeing no discussion, shall NDP 4? Well, NDP 4, is it going to still be called NDP 4, Peter?
Sure.
Sure.
Or we
Shall
could call
NDP
it
4...
the Hetty Fry amendment, but NDP 4 is fine too.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you for being so generous, Peter. So shall NDP 4 carry? Is there consensus on the floor?
Agreed.
It would seem to be, so there we go. NDP 4 carries. And NDP 5 is no longer on the table. And I am now going to move to shall PV 2 carry?
I suppose I should speak to it first, Madam Chair. This amendment comes from testimony the committee has heard from various organizations representing people with disabilities and from the community perspective who brought that concern that services such as closed captioning, described audio and video make our media more accessible to people with disabilities. But in addition to that, this amendment serves a dual purpose because it also proposes that people with disabilities have the right to self-expression, and there should be opportunities for them to express themselves through the community element and other elements in our Canadian broadcasting system. So it's both be provided with access as well as to develop their own content and voices.
Thank you.
Mr. Julian has
Is
his
there
hand up,
any
Madam Chair?
discussion of this on the floor? No, I see no one, and Mr. Uppel is not raising his hand.
Dr. Fry? Mr.
Clerk,
Julian,
am I right?
Mr. Julian has his hand up.
Okay, Peter?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I certainly agree with the spirit of PV2, but I would suggest that NDP 7 does a better job of having the opportunity for people with disabilities to develop their own content and voices. So I will be voting against PV2, not because I disagree with the spirit, but just because I think NDP 7 is a more effective way of ensuring that people with disabilities in this country who we know have been profoundly disadvantaged have the opportunity to develop their own content and their own voices in this country.
Any further discussion, Clerk? None? What is that? Thank you. I'm sorry. I am sorry. Now, I would like to tell everyone that if PV2 is adopted, NDP 6, which is on page 43, and NDP 7 cannot be moved due to line conflict. Thank you. So now, please, the question.
On PV2, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed?
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Contre.
Mr. Lewis.
Against.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Mr. Perkins.
In favor.
Mr. Upal.
Yes.
Mr. Waugh.
Yes.
Monsieur Champoux.
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
Contre.
Seven nays, 4 yeas. Dr. Fry, you're on mute. Dr. Fry? You're on mute.
I'm sorry. PV2 does not carry, and now we go to NDP 6.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I already withdrew NDP 6.
Sorry, you withdrew 6, and you withdrew 6. Okay, thank you. Then, and 7 you withdrew, didn't you?
Withdrawal 7, quite the contrary. I'd like to move it, that we give the opportunity for people with disabilities to develop their own content and voices in this country. I think it's the spirit we all agree with. The wording now, hopefully, we'll have a consensus around NDP 7.
All right, I will, discussion? None? Then I would, can you call the question, please, Clerk? Shall NDP 7 carry?
Agreed?
All are agreed? Thank you. Then NDP 7 carries. Now, CPC 7-1. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John Nader here. So this would go immediately after the section we just discussed, and it gives some form of specificity to some of the options, for lack of a better word. So it's in 2 parts. First part is would be adding P.1. The Canadian Broadcasting System should, whenever possible, make available programming services to assist persons living with a hearing impairment, including closed captioning services. And the second part would be adding P.2. Canadian Broadcasting System should, whenever possible, make described video services available to assist persons living with a visual impairment. I think both those clauses are fairly self-explanatory, so I don't think I need to explain them any further. Then it would be an assisting those living with a disability here in Canada. Thank you, Madam Chair.
CPC 7-1, any discussion on the floor?
Ms. Hefner, Mr. Biddle.
All right. Lisa?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I'm confused, but to me, it's just in reading this amendment, it looks like it's actually diminishing the requirements of broadcasters to provide descriptive video and closed captioning services, because right now it's mandatory, and with this legislation it looks like you're just making them provide those services whenever possible. So maybe you can clarify, but to me this looks like it actually takes away from what people with disabilities already enjoy in terms of rights in Canada. So I would not support that.
Mr. Biddle.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair, to the officials, I'd like to ask them about the what the effect of this amendment would be.
Mr. Ripley.
Thank you, Mr. Biddle, for the question. So the Bill C-11 has a policy objective at subsection 3(1)P that is proposing to be modified about providing programming that is accessible without barriers to persons with disabilities, and that should be provided within the Canadian Broadcasting System. In the current act, there's language there that talks about as resources become available for that purpose that the government is proposing to strike, so that there is no longer kind of a resource qualification, but that the aspiration is set very high. To that end, the CRTC already, engages with broadcasting services about closed captioning, described video, audio description. There are discussions around trial periods for persons with disabilities, and so the comment I would make with respect to Mr. Nader's proposal is that these two elements that he has identified are indeed things that the system can do to support persons with disabilities, but there are a broader range of mechanisms, and we expect that there would continue to be a broader range of mechanisms. And so this level of detail we had proposed leaving up to the CRTC to work out what makes sense as technology evolves, and to provide that flexibility.
Dr. Fry, Mr. Nader is after.
I'm muted again. Mr. Biddle, does that clarify the question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Someone else has a hand up?
Mr. Nader.
Clerk? Yes. Mr. Nader?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify a couple points. So this suggestion comes from a brief we received from the Alliance for Equality of Blind Canadians, and part of the brief talks about the some of the hesitancy of some broadcasters to provide scripted video, for example. I'm just going to read a very brief part of it. During a consultation with representatives from Bell Media, Rogers, and Corus Entertainment, industry reps indicated that it was not possible to provide DV, descriptive video, of game shows as the content would be too difficult to describe. However, recently we have noticed that the program Family Feud in Canada is being aired on CBC TV with DV. Since the CBC has demonstrated that live sports and game shows can be aired successfully with DV, we believe the exemptions to the provision of DV on any type of program are no longer warranted, and that the existing exemptions to the full provision of DV must be removed. So that's just one example of the efforts I think we all should make, not only in this angle, but more generally to ensure that all persons living with disabilities are able to fully participate in Canadian life. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this?
Mr. Champoux has his hand up.
Yes.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair, I confess that I am learning. I thought it would be difficult to vote against an amendment like this one because there should be accessibility, especially with the technology that's been developed over the years. It's very difficult to claim, for broadcasters to claim they cannot offer the service to those who need it. So I'm wondering why the amendment proposed by our Conservative friends says as far as possible, whenever possible. It should be mandatory. So regardless of exactly how it's expressed, at the end of the day, I think what we need to do is ensure that this is an obligation. Any broadcaster that is serious enough to be operating in the Canadian ecosystem should be serious enough to offer accessibility to those who need it. So I would like to support this amendment, and I want to ensure that what we end up with is the strongest possible amendment.
Dr. Fry, Mr. Housefather has his hand up.
Anthony?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm also very sympathetic to this amendment, but I also see the limitations in the way that it's drafted. I was wondering if Mr. Ripley could advise, if this was, as opposed to the way this amendment is drafted, if you go to paragraph P, so 7P on line 40, and you said you left the wording program that is accessible without barriers to persons with disabilities should be provided within the Canadian broadcasting system, including without limitation closed caption services and video services available to assist persons living with a visual impairment. Would that fall within the existing framework to a point that you would be comfortable, or the department would believe that that was within the intention of the law?
So thank you, Mr. Housefather, for the question. And just a point of clarification, so the CRTC is currently engaging with Canadian broadcasters about progressively expanding described video across all their programming, so that those conversations between the CRTC and Canadian broadcasters is ongoing. I believe what you've described, Mr. Housefather, would be consistent with, I believe, the spirit in which Mr. Nader proposes the amendment, although I certainly look to him in terms of pointing out that these are two very important measures that can be taken to make programming more accessible for persons with disabilities, and to that extent that they are illustrative of those kind of things would be consistent with the spirit of P. Yes.
If you
repeat that.
Thank you.
Yep.
I understand. I think it's is Mr. Julian's hand up after Housefather?
Yes, Dr. Fry.
Yes, thank you. Peter?
I don't believe it was, Madam Chair, but
It's all right, Mr. Julian. Thank you very much.
But I always take the opportunity to speak when you grant it to me, and I'm wondering if Mr. Housefather is contemplating an amendment.
So, Madam Chair, if you'll allow me, because I think we want to achieve the same thing, and I think the concern was the way this is drafted may not fall within the framework of something as strong as paragraph P. If we were to take paragraph P and add the words at the end of it, including without limitation, closed captioning services and video services available to assist persons living with a visual impairment, I think we've then left exactly the wording and had the same strength, not limiting it to those two things, but making sure that those who are concerned that those two things are included are included. I mean, if Mr. Nader maybe want to make the amendment that way, I would certainly support it.
Mr. Nader has his hand up, Madam Fry.
Mr. Nader?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd be open to that amendment. I've already moved this amendment, so I suppose we'd need UC to withdraw this amendment, and then I would be happy to propose the amendment that Mr. Housefather just mentioned.
Creative procedure, I love that.
So I would seek then UC to withdraw this amendment and reintroduce Mr. Housefather.
Agreed.
A new amendment. Is that what you're suggesting, Mr. Nader, to introduce a new amendment?
That's correct, Madam
with
Chair.
unanimous consent to withdraw. Is there unanimous consent to withdraw? Seeing no hands up, I think Mr. Nader, you may go ahead and withdraw this and put in the other amendment that you're speaking of.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I will move the amendment that Mr. Housefather kindly read into the record just a couple moments ago, since I don't have it in front of me.
Well, I don't have it in front of me either, so someone could please read it, i.e. Mr. Housefather.
Sure, Madam Chair. What I had suggested was replacing line 41 with the following. It would leave the words Canadian Broadcasting System, including without limitation closed captioning services and video services available to assist persons living with a visual impairment.
Thank you. Now, any discussion of this new amendment that we have on the floor? None?
Mr. Waugh, Mr. Champoux.
Mr. Waugh, please speak. Yes?
Yeah, Madam Chair, it's a good amendment. I will say small and medium television stations have a dickens of a time with closed captioning. especially during the holiday seasons. They just don't have the people available in these markets to provide this service, and it's unfortunate. And, you know, that's maybe a study out of the 365 days, how many newscasts are closed captioned in small or medium. I'm not talking Toronto, I'm talking the small or medium. It would be very few, I would think, and it's an area of concern, but well done, Mr. Housefather, moving this amendment with Mr. Nader.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Mr. Champoux has his hand up, Madam Chair.
Yes, Martin?
Simplement pour dire, Madame la
Madam Chair, I'd simply like to say that even if we don't have an official French version to look at, I've understood what's behind the motion, and I trust that there will be a corresponding French version eventually. So I'd simply like to say that we will agree with this even if there's no French version yet. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very generous of you, Mr. Champoux. So now, any further discussion? Nothing from the floor. I see nothing from
Madam Chair.
Virtual. Sorry.
Madam
Yes?
Chair, the legislative clerk here.
Yes, Mr. Miller.
Would Mr. Housefather read the amendment again, so we make sure we have it, or better yet, I can.
Oui, donc, je vais essayer de faire les deux. So,
I'll try to do it in both languages.
line 41 and would be replaced. Line 41 on page 6 would be replaced by Canadian Broadcasting System, including without limitation. Closed captioning services and video services available to assist persons living with a visual impairment. Et en français, j'imagine que ce serait après.
And in French, I imagine that it would be after line 44, again on page 6. I see that the whole word obstacle is not there, but anyway, it would be, we would include it, and we would say including, without limitation, closed captioning services, and so on, to assist people with a visual impairment.
Is that okay with you since it's your amendment?
Thank you. Is that fine with you, Mr. Miller? Did you get that?
Yes, we did. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And so any further discussion? Seeing none, either on the floor or virtually, my question shall be then, shall the new CPC 7.1 be carried or carry? Yes, on the floor, everybody's okay with that? Fine, so the new version of CPC 7.1 shall be carried, or is carried. Now, we're going to go to CPC 7.11. And I would like to note that before I ask the mover of that amendment to speak, I would like everyone to note that if CPC 7.11 is adopted, then CPC 7.12, BQ 9, and Liberal 5, and NDP 7.1, and BQ 10 cannot be moved due to line conflict. Shall I repeat that? Does everyone get it? Was I slow enough? Yes? Seeing no hands up, no one questioning. Obviously, everyone got it. So we will move Mr. Nader to move to 7.11, CPC 7.11.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a very simple amendment. It's just simply deleting a few lines. I'm sure we'll pass easily on division, but this one deletes line 42 on page 6 all the way to line 14 on page 7. The effect of this is removing the discoverability aspects of Bill C-11. We're doing this because we still haven't had a policy directive from the minister to the CRTC in terms of how discoverability will be implemented, how this will come into practice. We've heard speculation all throughout it, and a lot of this could have been remedied with a simple, clear direction from the minister to the CRTC. So barring that and looking to the future, we are proposing that we remove this from the bill. Obviously, at some point, it's going to pass, and the CRTC will be tasked with implementing this. And I recognize where our votes are on this committee, but at the same time, this is something that we are obviously feel strongly about. We want to see Canadian productions, Canadian creations excel and thrive here at home and around the world. And I think there's a real concern and hesitancy among many domestic creators that how this gets implemented, how discoverability gets implemented, may actually in fact harm some Canadian creators. So not wanting to see Canadian creators be hurt or harmed in their ability to find success globally, we are proposing that these clauses be removed from the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on CPC 7.11?
Mr. Lewis.
Yes, Tim?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe through you, I could ask Mr. Ripley. To me, that sounds like this would very much weaken the Act and affect artists greatly. Mr. Ripley, can you explain, would this remove requirements for platforms to showcase any kind of Canadian content?
Mr. Ripley?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Mr. Lewis. So the effect of this amendment would be to remove the policy objectives that speak to the discoverability of Canadian programming services and Canadian programs, including French language programs, as well as the importance of online undertakings promoting and recommending Canadian programming in both official languages and Indigenous languages. It does not, though, it would remove the policy objectives from the Act. It does not remove the power of the CRTC to provide obligations with respect to discoverability, because those are provided for later in the bill. But its guidance, the policy objectives essentially function as guidance to the CRTC about the important things that Parliament is giving them with a view of implementing through the broadcasting system and the decisions they make, right? So these are hooks, so to speak, for interested parties and stakeholders to go before the CRTC and ask for certain things in CRTC decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Ripley. Is there any further discussion? Clerk, any hands up? No. So there being no further discussion by anyone, I shall call a question, and it will be, shall CPC 7.11 carry? Is there agreement on the floor for one way or the other? If not, I will call for the vote.
On division, Madam Chair.
On division? Yes, it's going to be on division then. Go ahead. Clerk?
Yes, Madam Chair. On 7.11, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Monsieur Couteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Contre.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Mr. Perkins.
In favor.
Mr. Upal.
Support.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux.
Contre.
Monsieur Julien.
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
So that CPC 7.11 does not carry, and so we should need to CPC 7.12.
May I proceed, Madam Chair?
Yes, please,
Yes.
Mr. Nader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So CPC 7.12, a far narrower attempt to at least provide a bit of clarity on our part. Obviously, earlier in the debate this morning, this morning, this afternoon, whenever it was, we did try to introduce a definition within the bill of discoverability. Obviously, that failed. It was defeated. But this is just a small change, and it's changing top of page 7. Instead of just basically changing one word, it would instead read, allow for the discoverability of Canadian programming. So that's a relatively small change, but I think it's significant when we look at how different streamers, domestic and international, operate. I believe the word allow rather than ensure is more reflective of how these types of systems operate and how Canadian content and others would be treated on these platforms. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, John. So now I will open discussion on this. Clerk, any hands up? Any discussion from the floor? No? Well, then we will call the question on CPC 7.12. Please.
Yes, on CPC 7.12, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed?
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed?
Ms. Hefner.
Contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Contre.
Mr. Lewis.
Oppose.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Mr. Perkins.
In favor?
Mr. Upel.
In favor?
Mr. Wall.
In favor?
Mr. Shampoo.
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
Juste en train d'arriver. Et contre.
Seven nays, 4 yeas.
Clerk, can I?
So
After.
CPC 7.12 does not carry. And we move to BQ9, Mr. Shampoo.
Madam Chair, can I just propose that we take a 5-minute break?
Absolutely. That's wonderful.
Okay.
So shall we
Is
suspend
everyone
for
okay
5
with that?
minutes for a
Just a
health
point of
break?
order. Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Julian.
This isn't relevant to you, but there is a box of Purdy's chocolates in the room, so people should feel free to have a chocolate during the break.
Madame la Présidente, je vais prendre votre porte.
Madam Chair, I will happily eat yours.
Share some,
Well, you are very welcome, but thank you. I was hoping that somebody would email it to me. Anyway, thanks, everybody. Go ahead and have a 5-minute suspension. Thank you.
NDP 20 that is in the package, so we won't have to vote on that one.
Sorry.
A Liberal
I'm trying
11.
to find it. I know, but I'm trying to find it.
Oh, sorry, Madam
Mr.
Chair. It's on page 138.
All right. I have my amendments on a different system. So when I get to Liberal 11, I will
Thank you, Madam Chair.
note that it's withdrawn. Thank you. Okay, and so now we are moving to BQ9. And I just wanted again to let everyone know that if BQ9 is adopted, Liberal 5 cannot be moved due to conflict. Thank you.
Oui. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair.
Collection of chocolate, Martin.
Elle était extraordinaire.
It was excellent. I didn't even take my own. I just took yours. It was excellent. For BQ9, this is an adjustment of wording. There is something we need to change in the English version of the amendment because a couple of words have been inverted. It should be saying including original French language programs. That is a correction that should be made to the English version so that it properly reflects the French. Otherwise, I think it is in accordance with what we discussed.
Thank you, Martin. Any further discussion on this? I see no hands up on the floor, and there is none up virtually. So I think I shall call the vote. Clerk, it will be, shall be Q9 carry.
I think there's consent.
To do what?
To
Oppose
see
it
it
or
pass.
accept
To
it?
see it pass without a recorded vote.
To pass it, Madam
Okay.
Chair, to pass it.
Pass. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, so that BQ9 is carried. And so now we know that if BQ9 is carried, Liberal 9 cannot be moved. So we shall remove Liberal 9. And we go to NDP 7.1. Peter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This would add on page 7 after line 9. Triple I, to ensure the delivery of programming at affordable rates as one of the components of online undertakings. So I move that amendment.
Thank you, Peter. Any discussion? Clerk, any discussion? Anyone on the floor?
Mr. Biddle has his hand up, Dr. Fry.
Yes, Chris?
I was wondering if I could ask, through you, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair, I'd like to ask officials what the consequence of this clause may be.
Thank you, Mr. Ripley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. So in essence, this would add an additional policy objective. If I have understood its placement correctly, it would follow on those that speak to the discoverability of Canadian programming services and whatnot. The only thing I would highlight is that Q, which is the paragraph it falls under, speaks to specifically online undertakings that provide the programming services of other broadcasting undertakings. So, traditionally what we would call those is virtual broadcasting distribution undertakings or something of that nature. That would be your Amazon channels, for example. And so specifically, this policy objective would only speak to those kind of broadcasting services. It wouldn't apply to other kinds of programming services. So just highlight that consideration for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Ripley. Any further discussion? Seeing none, either virtually or on the floor, Then we will ask the question, shall NDP 7.1 carry? Is there... Go ahead, clerk.
Mr. Biddle? Mr. Coteau?
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner?
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather?
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis?
Opposed.
Mr. Nader?
In favor.
Mr. Perkins?
In favor.
Mr. Uppel?
In favor.
Mr. Waugh?
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux?
Je vote pour.
Mr. Julian?
Je vote pour.
Six yeas, 5 nays.
So NDP 7.1 carries. Now I go to BQ 10.
Alors, on propose, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair, we propose on page 7 to replace lines 12 to 14 with the following: languages as well as in indigenous languages, so as to generate results allowing its discovery. And
Seconde.
if you would give me a moment.
Martin, you wish to speak further?
Oui, mais si quelqu'un d'autre veut prendre la parole en attendant, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, but if somebody else would like to take the floor while I find the right document, that's fine.
Is there any discussion on this?
Mr. Biddle has his hand up. Oh, sorry, as well as Mr. Julian.
As well as Mr. Julian. Mr. Biddle.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We have concerns that the amendment would narrow the platform's abilities to promote and recommend programs as it would be tied to search results. We want a more flexible system that gives Canadians more choices on platforms, and though it's well-intentioned, unfortunately, we oppose the amendment.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Oui.
Ms. Clerk, anybody else besides Mr. Biddle?
Mr. Champoux, Mr. Julian, as well as Monsieur Champoux.
Yes,
I was
Peter?
I was just trying to give Monsieur Champoux the chance to find his papers, so I'll withdraw.
En fait, je...
Well, you could speak while he's finding his papers, Mr. Julian. I know you would not turn that opportunity
I'm
down.
still trying to find my papers, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay. All right. Then, so I shall move to Mr. Biddle, Mr. Julian, and then Mr. Champoux. But Mr. Champoux is finding his papers.
Oui, non,
you found them?
c'est bon, Madame la...
No, I found them. I'm responding to what Mr. Biddle said because what I'm proposing is, in fact, to have a less limited way of achieving results by eliminating a part of the sentence in C11 at 31R, which is more limiting. What we want is to delete lines 12 to 14 and adding languages as well as indigenous languages so as to generate results allowing its discovery. We don't want the control of programming to become grounds for failing to achieve the results that we are seeking.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. No.
Yes, thank you. I didn't hear the first part. Did you say oui, merci, or non, merci?
J'ai dit no merci.
I said no, thank you. Thank you.
All right. All right. So we any further discussion on BQ10? None. So we should call the question, clerk. Shall BQ10 carry?
Mr. Biddle?
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau?
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner?
Contre.
Mr. Housefather?
Contre.
Mr. Lewis?
Against.
Mr. Nader?
Abstain.
Mr. Perkins?
Abstain.
Mr. Uppel?
Abstain.
Mr. Waugh?
Abstain.
Monsieur Champoux?
En faveur.
Mr. Julian?
En faveur.
5 nays, 2 yeas.
So BQ 10 is not carried. Thank you very much. And then we're going to go now to NDP 8. I'm trying to find my piece of paper that says the ones that you removed, Peter, and I'm not trying them. Was 8 one of them?
No, eight was not, Madam Chair.
Okay, then go ahead.
Yeah,
NDP 8.
so this is something that has been raised by Cactus, by Community Radio, by RQ, the issue of community broadcasting, and basically would ensure that programming provided by the community element should be innovative and complementary, cater to taste and interests not adequately provided for the programming provided for mass audiences, reflect Canada's communities, regions, Indigenous and multicultural nature, support new and emerging Canadian creative talent through community participation, strengthen the democratic process, and support countering disinformation, and be available throughout Canada so that Canadians can engage in dialogue on matters of public concern. So we heard from a number of witnesses in this regard, and I move that amendment.
Thank you,
Madam
Mr.
Chair. Madam
Julian.
Chair, I think this would be a good time for me to take the floor very briefly, just to say that the language of the motion that this committee passed at the end of the last election guarantees a right to speak to each amendment, regardless of whether they've been negatived by a previous amendment. So I just wanted to speak to say that my next amendment, Parti Vert Trois, is identical to the motion that has just been presented by the New Democrats. Obviously, I completely support that this committee adopt the amendment as a New Democratic Party amendment, but it really is an important, the current bill, and employing the term alternative television programming services, is not as clearly defined as the way in which the innovative and complementary programs that, Peter Julian's just read out the language, I don't need to repeat it, but it would add a lot to the legislation to accept this amendment. And having said that, I don't need to take the floor again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. May. And now I wanted to just let everyone know that if NDP 8 is adopted, PV 3, which Ms. May just spoke to, becomes moot, since they are identical. And if NDP 8 is defeated, so will PV 3 for the same reason. Now, shall we call the question on NDP 8 unless there's further discussion? Shall NDP 8 carry?
Précision,
yes,
Madame la
Madame.
Présidente. Je pense qu'il-
Madam Chair, I think it should be noted that BQ 11 will also be affected if NDP 8 passes.
I don't have that note, so perhaps Mr. Mello might comment on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Monsieur Champoux, effectivement, vous avez raison.
Mr. Champoux, you're quite right. They are not identical, though, so it is affected, but it's not identical, so it is really up to the committee to discuss which to present. Well, if NDP 8 is passed, I meant there would be no need to vote on BQ 11.
C'est un choix que vous avez à faire.
That is a choice for you to make among the 3 amendments. There are no line conflicts.
Yes, someone else speaking?
Ms. Hefner has her hand up.
Yes, Lisa?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask for some clarification from staff as to whether this amendment would have unintended consequences. I'm concerned that, as a former community broadcaster, that this is putting a lot of constraints and a lot of rules on community broadcasters. We want to support them. We want to make sure that they're doing their job effectively. But I'm just wondering if there are unintended consequences that we should be aware of and concerned about before we look at this legislation, this amendment.
Thank you, Lisa. Any further discussion?
I think, Chair, that was a question to officials.
All right. I didn't know if it was. So, Mr. Ripley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. So if I understand the objective of the amendment, it is to provide some texture to essentially the kind of programming of community media. And there are a number of places that the committee has amended the Act to make reference to community media and the unique role that they play in the system. And so this further elaborates on the kind of programming that they would be expected to deliver. I would note that indeed the list as drafted appears to be drafted in a prescriptive way, in the sense that, you know, this is saying that these are the kinds of things that community programming should be. And therefore, what one could expect is, as the CRTC moves through its decisions with respect to community media, they will look at this list, and you could expect them to impose, you know, these kind of obligations on community media, or there be an expectation that they distribute this kind of programming. So as drafted, you know, this is prescriptive in the sense of it seems to be a fairly exhaustive prescriptive list. Although I note that you know, I think Mr. Julian spoke about this being a request from the community media sector, but it will play out through those decisions of the CRTC.
Thank you. Any further questions or discussions? No. Clerk, I will then call the question. Shall NDP 8 carry?
Mr. Biddle.
Yes.
Mr. Coteau.
Yes.
Ms. Hefner.
In favor.
Mr. Housefather.
Yes.
Mr. Lewis.
In favor.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Mr. Uppel.
Yes.
Mr. Waugh.
Yes.
Mr. Champoux.
Oui.
Mr. Julian.
I'd like to make it unanimous and say yes.
11 yeas, Madam Chair.
NDP 8 carries. And then we now move, because PV3 is identical. We will move on to BQ11.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair, I think that this is going to amend the same articles, the same lines. It's very close to Mr. Julian's, except for a few different ways of wording things. So I will not move this amendment.
And then we go to PV4. No, we go to BQ11, sorry. No, and you've withdrawn it. Sorry. And then we go to PV4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is pretty self-explanatory, but it is to add a new subsection to ensure that resources that would be required under subsection 3 are made available to people who require them. That would certainly be it's consistent with the intent of the Act, but the amendment asks CRTC to be not only to ensure fairness and equity in the system, but also to ensure that, particularly for people with disabilities or Indigenous people, that there are resources to be able to live up to the opportunities that are going to be created under this Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion with regard to PV4?
Mr. Biddle has his hand up.
Chris?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And while there's noble intention here, the amendment could effectively require a undefined amount of public funding and expenditure of public funding. And with respect, it's an insufficient proposal that would not further its goals it seeks to achieve. So unfortunately, we have to oppose.
Thank you, Mr. Biddle. Anyone else? Clerk?
If I could respond briefly to Mr. Biddle, what we were hoping within this proposal is that the CRTC itself, which has created these conditions, it's in the past used cable service user fees or licensing requirements in order to fund contributions to community channels. That's why we have community television as much as we do in community programming. So the CRTC has this capacity, it has these powers, and we're asking the CRTC to make sure that where there are opportunities, it's a trite statement from old common law, but an opportunity that cannot be used is not an opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. May. And if there's no further discussion, which I don't see anyone with their hand up, clerk, no, then I will call the question. Shall PV4 carry?
Mr. Biddle. Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
Opposed.
Mr. Upel.
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh.
Opposed.
It's Ms. Thomas. I was just giving her more time to get to the table.
Sorry? I can't hear you, clerk. Are you still calling names that you are
Mr.
actually... Thank you.
Contre.
Mr. Champoux.
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
En faveur.
Ms. Thomas.
No.
Can I just confirm, Mr. Champoux, vous avez dit non? Merci.
Mr. Champoux, just confirming you said no.
10 nays, 1 yay.
So PV4 does not carry. Now, shall clause 3 carry?
As amended, Madam Chair.
Yes, as amended. Sorry. Clerk, the question was put, shall clause 3 carry?
Division. On division.
On division, please. Call the
I'm
word.
being told it's on division. On division or recorded division?
On division.
On division. It's carried on division, Madam Chair.
All right, so it shall carry. All right.
As amended.
Then we're going, as amended, sorry. Okay, so clause 4. We shall speak, we're going to go to PV4.1 or point 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment proposes to follow through on what we've heard from many parliamentarians, including the minister and many content creators as well, and that is that platforms are in and users are out. And so this would seek to remove exemptions from 4.11 that ensures that users are not applied with respect to this act. While I have the floor, in the event that I don't get a chance to share, should this not have the support of the committee, a later amendment, I believe it's for PV 4.2, seeks to simply say, okay, maybe just those that are indirectly generating revenue, at least those users would not be covered by the act. I believe that is identical to CPC 9. There's a CPC amendment, so I won't get a chance to speak to it, but that's another offering in the event that that this initial proposal doesn't have the support. But the interest here is that platforms are in and users are out.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Ms. Thomas and Mr. Nader have their hands up.
Yes, Ms.
Sure. I think it's been rather interesting because around this table we have some members who would say that user-generated content is not captured by this bill, and there's no chance of that being the case ever. And then we have the minister who would be touting that same line, but then we have the chair of the CRTC, which is responsible for enacting this piece of legislation, Mr. Ian Scott, and he actually has said, indeed, actually, user-generated content can be captured by this bill, should the CRTC wish to do so. So it leaves a lot of discretion with the CRTC, and so I can appreciate my colleague, Mr. Morris's desire to clarify that and to ensure that user-generated content is in fact excluded from this bill. This is something that we heard from witnesses over and over and over and over again during their time here. I would take this opportunity to remind the committee of an exchange that I had with Mr. Ian Scott myself. I asked him about the regulation of user content and whether or not it was captured in the bill. I'll actually quote myself. I said this. I said, Bill C-11 does in fact leave it open to user-generated content being regulated by the CRTC. I recognize that there have been arguments against this. However, Dr. Michael Geist has said the indisputable reality is that the net result of those provisions, mainly the clause that we are discussing now, that user-generated content is in the bill. Jeanette Patel from YouTube Canada said, quote, the draft law's wording gives the broadcast regulator, in other words, scope to oversee everyday videos posted for other users to watch. Scott Benzie from Digital First Canada has also said that while the government says the legislation will not capture digital first creators, the bill clearly does capture them. So that was my exchange. I went on to say, so all these individuals are individual users creating content. It would appear that the bill does or could, in fact, capture them. Correct? With a question mark. That was my question to Mr. Ian Scott, the CRTC chair. His response, direct quote, as constructed, there's a provision that would allow us to do it as required. Okay, let me read that into the record again. Mr. Ian Scott, to my response or to my question as to whether or not user-generated content is captured, he said, quote, as constructed, there is a provision that would allow us to do it as required. In other words, he will make the decision. He will make the decision whether or not he wishes to capture user-generated content and to what extent. The looks of obstinance. And so it's incumbent upon us then, if truly the minister does not wish to capture any user-generated content within this legislation, if he truly only wishes to go after large streaming platforms or companies, then let's make sure that that is cleaned up. Let's make sure that this bill, in fact, does exclude all possible user-generated content. Let's make sure that Ian Scott is mistaken. But as of right now, as the chair of the CRTC, I take him at his word. I mean, he is, after all, the individual who is responsible for making sure that this legislation comes into force, that it is applied across the board, that there are repercussions for not following this piece of legislation. And if he is saying that user-generated content is in, then that is cause for concern for all of us. Further to that, I could draw your attention to Spotify. I could draw your attention to YouTube. I could draw your attention to Scott Benzie. I could draw your attention to Mr. Peter Menzies, who was a former CRTC commissioner. I could draw your attention to TikTok Canada. I could draw your attention to Matthew Hatfield from Open Media, to Morgan Fortier from Shipyard Entertainment. I could draw your attention to JJ McCullough, to Dr. Michael Geist, who's been mentioned. I could draw your attention to Miss Roy, who is anti-skates. And the list goes on and on. All of these individuals or organizations have made comments at this committee with regard to user-generated content, and they have confirmed that it is, in fact, captured by this bill. The Internet Society, which, interestingly enough, is composed of a group of 4 main individuals, 2 of which were former CRTC commissioners. I would say that they have a fairly authoritative voice on the topic. I know the Liberal members across from me think that they're the authority, but personally, and I believe many other Canadians, would rather give that authority to individuals who have actually sat in a position where they've had to implement legislation through the CRTC because of their positions. And those individuals have said this: Parliament, under this bill, could declare email to be broadcasting, subject to regulation. When all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, they wrote. In their briefing that they sent to the committee, they went on to say C11 is based on the tragic illusion all radio and audio-visual content on the internet is a program, and that any person who transmits a program on the internet is a broadcaster rather than a communicator. They go on in their brief to say, it fails to differentiate between a podcast produced in a residential basement and a major release motion picture on Netflix. They then go on in their brief to say it is neither possible nor beneficial to use the Broadcasting Act, to regulate the internet, because they say that internet streaming services are simply not broadcasting. 2 of the 4 members of the board members on the Internet Society, as mentioned, are former CRTC commissioners. And they go on to say the tiny Canadian broadcasting system, tiny in the scheme of things, take on the world of the internet by the mere trick of redefining broadcasting. In other words, what they are saying is that under this piece of legislation, an antiquated document, the Broadcasting Act, is being used to regulate something new. And within that parameter, Chair, sorry, the members across my way are having a conversation. It's rather loud and rather distracting. If you could just bring that under control.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Dr. Fry, you're on mute.
Madam Chair, you're on mute.
Sorry. Yes. Could I ask those persons who are disturbing Ms. Thomas in her thinking and speaking to please lower your voices?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
And I heard a point of order, and I don't know whom it is from.
It's Chris.
Is it Mr. Biddle?
It's Chris Biddle.
It's Chris. Point of order.
It's getting a little tiring, the act that Ms. Thomas.
This is debate, Madam Speaker.
No. This is to the point of order that you demand absolute silence at all times, but yet will carry on. And with individuals in the back, we're having a quiet conversation.
This is not a
about
point of order. This is
and
debate.
This is within our right as members to have quiet conversations. We weren't speaking; we were whispering, and that's within our right as members. I know members of the opposition frequently speak to their assistants who are behind them. That's why our assistants are behind us. It wasn't a loud conversation. We weren't talking. Nothing could be heard. I don't think it's reasonable, and I know this has happened on a few occasions by Ms. Thomas, to demand absolute silence in this committee, which is not something that she's ever granted the rest of us. So I'm respectful of what Ms. Thomas has to say, respectful of her time, but also have to be respectful of the fact that we all are members of Parliament. We are all planning what happens next, and we all have the opportunity to have quiet conversations on the side, whispering, as I was, with our staff. And that's something I've experienced. It's something that we've done over the past 6 years. And to demand whisper, quiet, and silence to hear a pin drop is not something that anyone would expect, and not something that Ms. Thomas grants. And she's talking, ironically enough, she's talking while I'm speaking right now. And so I guess it's a little rich, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Biddle. I think that that's well taken. It's traditional for people to speak with their staff quietly. So could we just move on to Ms. I gather Ms. Thomas is not finished. So Ms. Thomas, can you continue, please?
Thank you. That was quite the gaslighting. I was being very respectful in making my point, and my colleague decided to use that point of order to attack me personally. Chair, that was inappropriate. Shame on you for accepting that.
Point of order,
I'm done
Madam
my
Chair.
Ms. Thomas, I really don't think that. Are you trying to actually challenge the chair on what I said, which was basically that it's traditional for people to speak to each other quietly and for people to speak to their staff in the room during committee meetings when other people are speaking? It's just that it should be quiet and not disturb someone. And that's all I said. So, Ms. Thomas, you either challenge the chair or you carry on speaking.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Biddle.
Gaslighting is just a fancy way of saying lying, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair, and that's unparliamentary language. I don't think we engage in that type of behavior, and I would hope the honourable member retracts that comment. It's been fairly amicable up until very recently, and we've had a very productive discussion. I know this is a very controversial amendment, but I haven't done anything except point out what's going on in this room, Madam Chair, and I don't think that my reputation should be impugned. I didn't attack Ms. Thomas's reputation or credibility or anything along those lines, and I hope that she would withdraw her comments.
I would actually, given the terminology gaslighting, which is a new term and not necessarily ones that we're used to, I would ask Ms. Thomas to withdraw the term gaslighting.
I don't.
You don't? So then, Ms. Thomas, are you going to be, can I ask you then to cede your place on the floor if you're not going to want to listen to the chair's ruling?
Chair,
or challenge it. Challenge it, Ms. Thomas, if you wish.
I would be more than happy to let my colleagues continue the conversation. Thank you, Chair.
Right. Mr. Biddle, are you satisfied with that, or do you still want a withdrawal from Ms. Thomas?
I don't want to prolong it too long, Madam Chair, but it's just a continued disrespect that we've seen throughout this process. We could move on for the purpose of this committee, but it's truly uncalled for what's happened. It's not appropriate, and I would hope that as a parliamentarian, sometimes we go too far. I've done it before. Apologize. We move on. In the heat of something that's very controversial, that's something that we do. It's something that I've done. I know members of this table have done, and
He's speaking.
I'm speaking.
Yeah,
and I'm
me
being,
too. Having a quiet
I'm-
conversation with my colleague over here, that's totally allowable.
Well, Madam Chair, I'm sure you heard it.
May I call some order here, please? I think we have been carrying on this committee with a great deal of respect and, in fact, collegiality and some jocularity. And I would like to have the committee continue that way, and not having to yell at each other as if we're in high school. So please, Ms. Thomas, please don't yell at your colleague. Let's be respectful. And I'm going to ask you to cede the floor to Mr. Nader, and I think Mr. Biddle is suggesting that he'd like to move on as well. The points were made very clearly. Thank you, Mr. Biddle. And so now, Mr. Nader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a very passionate topic, and I think that's what we're seeing right now. This is a very passionate topic and a very important topic because it affects so many Canadians, so many digital-first creators, so many people who are out there making a go of it through new technologies, through new means, through user-generated content. And I want to be very clear. If there's one aspect of this bill that I've received the most correspondence on, it has been on this aspect, on 4.2. So I will be supporting the amendment brought forward by Mr. Morris of the Green Party. It's similar to the succeeding amendment that will come after that's sponsored by us in the Conservative Party. Unfortunately, given the time, we likely won't get to debate that one. So I'm using this opportunity, and I appreciate Mr. Morris bringing this forward, allowing me to speak to it, because this is it. This is, in my view, one of the most important aspects of this bill. When we've heard from people like Orby Roy, like like those who've been able to find success. J.J. McCullough, for example, my colleague just mentioned in his exceptional testimony and enjoyable testimony, frankly, and his video that was posted afterwards, where I think was a great effort in explaining much of this to us. So when it comes to this aspect, if the minister can be taken at his word, and I do want to do that, I do want to take the minister at his word, removing 4.2, removing this aspect of the piece of legislation will very clearly show to Canadians that users are out, that user-generated content will not be captured by this bill. Because I'm not going to be able to debate or explain future amendments for Canadians watching at home, I know there are tens of people tuning in to Parleview as we speak, paying attention to clause by clause. But you'll notice as we go along, we'll be debating on voting on a number of amendments without debate. Some of them will be labeled CPC, some of them will be labeled LIB, some will be labeled NDP, accounting for the different parties. The Conservative Party is putting forward, I think, meaningful amendments, constructive amendments that would allow this piece of legislation to be approved and clarify and show once and for all to Canadians that users are, in fact, out. That's what the minister committed to. And that's what this amendment and the next Conservative amendment would achieve 100%. I know there's controversy around this. I know there's people who will disagree with that aspect. But if we take the minister at the word, if we take the government at its word of what they've been saying from day one, this achieves that. This achieves what we've set out to achieve. And so I don't want to take up too much time other than putting on the record that we will be making more amendments that would protect users, that would protect the content the Canadians post online. It's just unfortunate that in a few minutes we turn to pumpkins and we can no longer debate this piece of legislation in the way that I think Canadians expect us to do so. So I've put my comments on the floor. I put my comments on the record. I just wish I could say more as we go through the amendments. So I will yield my time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Nader. Is there anyone else, clerk on the floor, who wishes to speak?
Mr. Biddle and Mr. Julian. Mr. Biddle and
Sorry,
Mr. Julian.
Chris and Peter, after him.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess speaking to this amendment specifically, and I'll leave some time so Mr. Julian can have a say, but specifically this amendment would exclude social media platforms like YouTube, which is more than two-thirds of Canadians use to stream music. It would perpetuate an unfair playing field, and ultimately that's what this bill is about. It's about making these platforms pay. And we from the beginning, it's almost seemed like we look at the International Olympic Committee, and I'm sure many of us in the room would say, well, that's not a great organization. Look at the athletes. The athletes are great. They're doing great things. They're doing wonderful things, but don't look at the IOC. Let's not discuss that as an important part of sport and what the actions that they take. But the Conservatives are discussing and bringing forward these amendments on the benefit of some of the largest companies in the world. Google, TikTok, and we're here to ensure that individuals are not captured. Platforms will have obligations under this bill, not users. But we need to ensure that there's a level playing field, and we need to ensure that platforms contribute to Canadian culture. It's been the Canadian model, something that we've been doing for decades successfully. And to have that discussion, to have that talk, and we all pick our favorite stories that we've heard from Canadians and favorite artists, and we had Gord Sinclair from the Tragically Hip here to talk about how the system benefited him and how it benefited a band from a small town in Eastern Ontario to make it big on the scene. And I know Mr. Garrettson will probably be upset that I called it a small town in Eastern Ontario, but that's what Mr. Sinclair said. But he talked about needing to have these, have this legislation to ensure that we have the next Tragically Hip, so we can continue to tell those Canadian stories and have those benefits. And I'd like to ensure that Mr. Julian has a chance to speak, as I see we're getting close to 9 o'clock, but those are the government's objectives.
Thank you very much. Peter?
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I really am disappointed with yet another Conservative filibuster. We've had over the last few weeks so many delays, Conservatives blocking witnesses that should have come forward. We all recall, Madam Chair, when the CRTC chair was being blocked by Ms. Thomas's filibuster and was unable to testify and answer questions for an hour and a half, 2 hours. I don't recall the length of time, but it just seemed so inappropriate when these questions needed
Point of
to
order,
be
Madam
asked,
Chair.
that there was that
Yes, I do
inability.
not know. Can you identify yourself, please?
It's Leila Goodridge.
Yes, Ms. Goodridge.
Thank
Your
you.
point of order?
Madam Chair, I think that getting into the realm of personal attacks is not appropriate, and Mr. Julian very clearly said that it was a filibuster from a particular member, and I think that was absolutely inappropriate. The committee was discussing very important matters. I believe it was in relation to alleged sexual assault at Hockey Canada, and that is absolutely inappropriate
Ms.
to
Goodridge,
characterize it
are
as
you
a
refer-
filibuster of one particular member. It was appropriate committee business. Thank you.
That was not really a point of order to this meeting, Ms. Goodridge, but continue, Mr. Julian, please.
Thank you very much. And Conservatives, that is a very valid point. The Conservatives filibustered even the Hockey Canada motion that I brought forward last Wednesday. And so we weren't able to vote on that. We were only able to vote yesterday to finally have Hockey Canada come forward. So this has been ongoing over weeks and weeks. I'm glad, though, because most of the witnesses, the overwhelming number of witnesses who came forward, supported improvements to the bill.
Point of order, it's Rick Perkins.
Yes,
Madam Chair.
yes, Mr. Perkins.
There's no relevance to the amendment that is before us when he's talking about the history of the committee and the fact that they voted against allowing the minister to appear and adjourn the discussion of the day when that delay was on. He seems to be debating other things unrelated to the amendment before us.
I think, Mr. Julian, I wonder if you could wrap up because we are 1 minute before 9 p.m. in which debate ceases.
I'd be delighted, Madam Chair. So we now actually get to the point where we can push aside the Conservative filibuster and actually start voting to improve the bill. And I look forward to that opportunity tonight to actually do that.
Point of
that's
order.
what we're paid for.
Point of order.
And that's why we are here.
Point of order.
We are going to stop debate at 9 p.m. on the dot, so regardless of point of order. Now, what would you want to say? Were you trying to say, Ms. Thomas? I gather it was Ms. Thomas. I don't know. No one identified themselves, and I'm unable to see you close up on the floor.
Madam Chair, right now.
Is it Ms. Thomas?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Thomas.
Right now, Mr. Julian is being given the floor and opportunity to attack members of this committee for what he's calling filibustering. To speak to the amendments and to bring forward witness testimony is being referred to as filibustering. That is incredibly inappropriate. It's actually derogatory.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas, but we will now move to, it is now 1 minute after 9, and we will move to
Point of order,
cease
Madam
debate.
Chair. Point of order, Madam Chair. It's on this matter.
No, it's not.
no,
we
no,
are
it's-
now
it's-
moving to debate. We
Madam-
have orders
Madam Chair.
from the House at a particular
Yes,
time.
yes, point of
and
order,
we
Madam-
are following the orders from the House.
Madam Chair, it's on the orders of the House, is what I'm raising
yes,
point of order.
Yes, Mr. Nater.
So thank you, Madam Chair. And this is actually positive news, and I think you will agree. But if we read the terms of motion 16, it says if the committee has not completed its clause by clause consideration of the bill by 9 p.m. on June 14th, 2022, all remaining amendments, et cetera. The good news is, Madam Chair, is that it doesn't specify Eastern Daylight Time. So since you as our chair are in Pacific Daylight Time, it means that we still have 3 hours in which we can debate until we hit 9 p.m. In your time as the chair of our committee, we still have 3 hours to debate amendments. So I look forward to
Thank you
matter.
very much, Mr. Nader. But I cannot agree with you because we have followed all the times of which this committee's meeting and during which this committee breaks and adjourns and when it meets again has all been done in Eastern time. So I would suggest to you that this ruling is Eastern time. Fine, so now I shall move the cease debate and we will just move to clause by clause. Now, and so I shall begin and it will be shall PV41 carry?
Recorded division, Dr. Fry?
Yes, please, unless somebody says otherwise.
Mr. Biddle?
Opposed.
I'm sorry, opposed? Okay. Mr. Coteau?
Sorry, Clerk, which one are we on? That happened really quickly.
PV 4.1.
Yeah,
which
this is
what
the
we
one
have
I
been
opposed.
discussing all along.
Yeah.
Ms. Hefner?
Oppose.
Mr. Housefather? Mr. Lewis? Mr. Nader?
In favor.
Ms. Thomas?
In favor.
Mr. Upel? Sorry, Mr. Upel? My apologies, Ms. Goodrich. I'm so sorry.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh?
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux?
Contre.
Monsieur Julian?
Contre.
Seven nays, 4 yeas.
PV4 is not carried. Now I move to remind everyone that CPC 8 was removed and we go to CPC 9. Shall CPC 9 carry?
Mr. Biddle? Mr. Biddle, no. Mr. Coteau?
No.
Ms. Hefner? Mr. Housefather? Mr. Lewis?
Against.
Yes? Mr. Lewis, I'm sorry, was that a yes?
Against.
Against. Mr. Nader?
In favor.
Ms. Thomas?
In favor.
Ms. Goodridge?
In favor.
Mr. Waugh?
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux?
Contre.
Mr. Julian?
Contre.
Seven nays, 4 yeas.
So CPC 9 does not carry. I move to CPC 10. Shall CPC 10 carry?
On division.
Mr. Biddle?
I kind of tried every once in a while.
Mr. Coteau? Ms. Hefner? Mr. Housefather? Mr. Lewis? Mr. Nader?
In favor.
Ms. Thomas?
In favor.
Ms. Goodridge?
In favor.
Mr. Waugh?
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux?
Contre.
Mr. Julian?
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 10 does not carry. Then we move to NDP 9. Shall NDP 9 carry?
Agreed.
Mr. Coteau?
Yes.
Ms. Hefner?
Ooh.
Mr. Housefather?
In favor.
Mr. Lewis?
In favor.
Mr. Nader?
In favor.
Ms. Thomas?
In favor.
Ms. Goodridge?
En faveur.
Mr. Waugh?
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux?
Oui.
Monsieur Julian?
Unanimous. In favor.
11 yeas.
So NDP 9 carries unanimously. CPC 11 was removed, and so we move to CPC 12. Shall CPC 12 carry?
Mr. Biddle,
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau,
Opposed?
Ms. Hefner,
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather,
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis,
Opposed.
Mr. Nader,
In favor.
Ms. Thomas,
In favor.
Ms. Goodridge,
En faveur.
Mr. Waugh,
In favor?
Monsieur Champoux,
Contre.
Monsieur Julien,
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 12 does not carry. We move to PV 4.2. Shall PV 4.2 carry?
Point of order, Madam Chair. It's Anthony. Sorry, point of order, Madam Chair. It's Anthony. That
Yes.
the
Yes,
amendment PV2 is identical to the one that was just defeated.
Is that true, Mr. Mellor?
PV 4.2.
It is, Madam Chair.
Yes, PV 4.2.
It's
It is
identical.
identical?
It's identical.
So all right, so we shall not vote on it. Then the NDP withdrew NDP 10. So we go to CPC 13. Shall CPC 13 carry? Clerk.
Yes, Madam Chair, I just need the voting sheet. 1 second. Mr. Biddle,
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau,
Opposed?
Ms. Hefner,
Contre.
Mr. Housefather,
Contre.
Mr. Lewis,
Opposed.
Mr. Nader,
In favor.
Ms. Thomas,
In favor.
Madame Goodridge,
In favor.
Mr. Waugh,
In favor?
Monsieur Champoux,
Contre.
Monsieur Julien,
Contre.
Monsieur Champoux, c'était contre? Merci.
Mr. Champoux, was that a no?
4 yeas.
Yes, it was a no. Clerk, may I have the vote, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, it was 7 nays, 4 yeas.
Okay, so CPC 13 does not carry. NDP 11 was withdrawn. CPC 14. Shall CPC 14 carry?
Mr. Biddle,
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau,
Opposed?
Ms. Hefner,
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather,
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis,
Opposed.
Mr. Nader,
In favor.
Ms. Thomas,
In favor.
Ms. Goodridge,
In favor.
Mr. Waugh,
Favor?
Monsieur Champoux,
Contre.
Mr. Julien.
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 14 does not carry. Now, I have note from the legislative clerk that if it is adopted or negated, that CPC 14.1 and CP 14.7 inclusive become moot, as the question would have already been decided. So I shall not move to CPC 14.1 and CPC 14.1. We shall not vote on CPC 14.1. All right. Now,
Point of order, Madam Chair. I think that was in reverse.
Yes.
I think we shall move to 14.1 since 14 wasn't adopted.
All right. Okay, so we shall go to 14.1 then. Shall 14.1 carry?
Mr. Biddle, Mr. Coteau, Ms. Hefner. Monsieur Housefather. Mr. Lewis.
Oppose.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodridge.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In
Monsieur, Monsieur Champoux.
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
Contre.
Seven nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 14.1 does not carry. CPC 14.2.
Mr. Riddle. Mr. Koto. Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodridge.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux.
Contre.
Monsieur Julian.
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
Sorry, I lost my space there. CPC 14.2 does not carry. CPC 14.3. Shall CPC 14.3 carry?
Mr. Biddle. Mr. Koto.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Contre.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodridge.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux.
Opposed.
Monsieur Julian.
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
Thank you. CPC 14.2, sorry, 14.3, it does not carry. Thank you. CPC 14.4. Shall CPC 14.4 carry?
Mr. Biddle. Mr. Koto.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
Where'd everyone go?
In favor.
Ms. Goodridge.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
Favor.
Mr. Champoux.
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
Contre.
Seven nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 14.4 does not carry. CPC 14.5. Shall CPC 14.5 carry?
Mr. Biddle. Mr. Koto.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
Favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodridge.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Mr. Champoux.
Non.
Monsieur Julian.
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 14.5 is not carried. CPC 14.6. Shall CPC 14.6 carry?
Mr. Riddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau?
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner?
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather?
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis?
Opposed.
Mr. Nader?
In favor.
Ms. Thomas?
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich?
In favor.
Mr. Waugh?
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux?
Contre.
Monsieur Julian?
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 14.6 does not carry.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
CPC 14.7,
Point of order, Madam Chair.
yes.
It's John Nader. So pursuant to the order adopted by the House of Commons after the election implementing hybrid parliament, one of the requirements was that all committees would be broadcast on Parleview. Unfortunately, as we speak, it's not being broadcasted on Parleview. There is no video available. So until the video is resumed for Parleview, we would be in violation of the order adopted by the House of Commons.
Clerk, could you find out why Mr. Nader is right? I see no signal.
Dr. Fry, we're looking into the situation currently. The video is not working. We're checking to see if the audio is still working. If the audio is still working, it would still be considered a public meeting.
Thank you. So shall we suspend while you look into this? All right, I suspend until the clerk tells us she's ready to discuss this. in CPC 14.7. Shall CPC 14.7 carry?
Mr. Biddle. Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodridge.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Mr. Champoux.
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 14.7 does not carry. CPC 14.8. Does CPC 14.8 carry?
Mr. Biddle. Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodridge.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Mr. Champoux.
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 14.8 does not carry. CPC 14.9. Shall CPC 14.9 carry?
Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Contre.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodridge.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Mr. Champoux.
Contre.
Mr. Julian. 7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 14.9 does not carry. CPC 14.10. Does CPC 14.10 carry?
Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Contre.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodridge.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Mr. Champoux.
No.
Mr. Julian.
Contre.
CPC 14. Sorry, go ahead and read me the vote, please.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 14.10 does not carry. CPC 14.11. Does CPC 14.11 carry?
Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Contre.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodridge.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Mr. Champoux.
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
Thank you. I just would like as chair to make a quick comment that if I smile sometimes, it's because I think that Mr. Champoux and Mr. Julian are the Laurel and Hardy of this committee. They just make me laugh.
Point of order,
all the
Madam
time.
Chair. Who's Laurel and who's Hardy?
CPC 14.11 does not carry. CPC 14.12. Should CPC 14.12 carry?
Mr. Biddle.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, there's a point of order on the floor, Madam Chair, from Ms. Goodridge.
Yes, Mr. Biddle?
No, this is Miss Goodridge. Thanks.
Yes, Ms. Goodrich, point of order.
Thank you. As we are moving through these amendments quite quickly, and it is being broadcast online, but there is no writing going up as we're talking about which amendments. And I think for anyone that is following at home, this might get rather confusing because we're not really even stating what the amendment is at this point. So I was just wondering, for clarification, if perhaps we could read into the record the amendment before voting on it, just for the gathering of data. I think it's important.
Thank you. All of this will be reported when the bill is reported back to the House, but I would just like to get it very clear from the clerk. We have there is no mandate for us to place the votes and the amendments on the screen at any time, is there? I didn't think there was, but speak.
No, you're correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, clerk. And so we will move now to CPC 14.12. Okay, will CPC 14.12 carry?
Mr. Biddle. Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Mr. Champoux.
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
Hardy is opposed.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
14.12 does not carry. 14.13. Shall 14.13 carry?
Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Mr. Champoux.
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 14.13 does not carry. CPC 14.14. Does CPC 14.14 carry? Or shall CPC 14.14 carry?
Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Contre.
Mr. Housefather.
I'm wavering, but opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Mr. Champoux.
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
No.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 14.14 does not carry. CPC 14.15. Shall CPC 14.15 carry?
I don't have one.
Clerk?
Sorry, there's a little confusion around the table. We're okay? Okay, Mr. Biddle.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I think we're on CPC 14.14. We just finished 14.13.
I think we just finished 14.14. I'm circulating them as I go, but I open to somebody telling me if I am one step ahead of everybody else.
Point of order, Madam Chair. It's Ms. Goodrich. I think this kind of speaks to the point of order that I was making earlier of how things are moving very quickly and there is a space for confusion because we are not reading which particular amendment is being moved. We're just going off of a number rather than reading the content of the amendment, which could lead to problems. So I will once again suggest that perhaps we consider reading the content of the amendment prior to voting on the amendment to prevent any people perhaps getting confused in this large package of amendments. The fact that we are not debating any of these amendments is already affront to democracy. I believe that at the very minimum, we should be clarifying exactly which vote is happening before making those votes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So now, can the clerk tell me whether it is 14.14 that we are actually voting on?
Yes, Madam Chair, we're on 14.15.
Well, we're going to 14.15, yes, but
That's
we're
right.
on 14.14. We're now going to 14.15, but 14.14 does not carry, and we now go to 14.15. Shall CPC 14.15 carry?
On 14.15, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Mr. Champoux.
Contre.
Mr. Julien.
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
14.15 does not carry. Going to 14.16. Shall CPC
Point of order,
14.1
Madam Chair. It's Mr. Perkins.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
I don't believe you ruled on Ms. Goodrich's point of order, which dealt with the issue of whether or not people at home on Pearlview could follow along what we're doing, since we're going through amendments to the first change the Broadcast Act in 31 years, and we're rushing through these proposed amendments to try and improve the bill without the benefit of being able to ask about them of officials. I think it's incumbent upon you to rule on the point of order, which was that we should have some sort of summary or statement or reading of the motion to help those who are following at home. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. I think that when the point of order was first brought up, I asked the clerk, and the clerk says it is not required, and we shall move on. Now, I shall move. CPC 14.15 does not carry, and we're going to move to CPC 14.16. Shall CPC 14.16 carry?
14.16, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux.
Contre.
Mr. Julien.
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas. CPC 14.16 does not carry. CPC 14.17. Shall CPC 14.17 carry?
CPC 14.17, Mr. Biddle. Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor. One of the best I've seen.
Mr. Goodrich. Ms. Goodrich.
There's more coming.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux.
Devoir dire non.
I have to say no.
Contre.
Mr. Julien, c'est un non? Merci. 7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 14.17 does not carry. Now, shall clause 4 carry? And there are no amendments to clause 4, by the way. So shall clause 4 carry?
On division. On division.
Thank you, Peter. I heard you. The clerk is getting up to scratch.
Clause 4, we'll do the recorded division. Mr. Biddle?
Favor.
Mr. Coteau?
Favor.
Ms. Hefner?
In favor.
Mr. Housefather?
Favor.
Mr. Lewis?
In favor.
Mr. Nader?
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas?
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich?
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh?
Oppose.
Mr. Champoux?
En faveur.
Mr. Julian?
En faveur.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Clause 4 is carried. Now we go to
Point of
NDP.
order, Madam Chair. Point of order. It's Anthony.
Yes,
I'm so
yes,
sorry.
Anthony, yes.
Sorry, I'm wearing
Yes,
a
go
mask,
ahead.
Madam Chair. I was following your instructions and wearing the mask, and it's hard to hear me. I just wanted to clarify. I believe, Madam Chair, NDP 9 had carried in clause 4, so I think it is clause 4 as amended because I think there was one amendment that did pass.
I am checking. I did not think so. I think the clause 4 started with 4.1 from the Green member. Let me just go. You may be right. I shall go back because there were quite a few withdrawn by the NDP. And
Freedom of expression.
yes, yes. So no, I did not. I don't see any amendments at all in clause 4.
Yes,
I
sorry.
stand corrected by Mr. Mellor.
Good.
Mr. Mellor, can you please tell us if there was an amendment?
Yeah, it was page 66, Madam Chair, the NDP amendment in respect of which this act applies in a manner that is consistent with freedom of expression. And it passed unanimously.
63.
Well then,
mais l'ancien c'est 66, mais 60.
The former 6663 provides the new version.
Thank you, Mr. Mellor.
Yes, it was
Is that
amended.
so?
Yes, it was amended.
Thank you very much. So then I shall repeat the question. Should clause 4 carry as amended?
Point of order, Madam
And
Chair.
obviously, yes, whomever that
This is Ms. Goodridge.
Yes, Goodrich.
Apologies in calling yet another point of order, but I think it goes to the fact that this is like rapid fire. We are moving faster than we even have the ability to have corrections at this point. And I just want to really ensure that we're taking our time. This is serious legislation. It has been 31 years since this legislation was updated. We are moving through these amendments at the speed of light. And I think that it is absolutely incumbent upon us that we're doing what we can to ensure that things are accurate. And if we aren't even sure what we're voting on is accurate, this raises some serious questions. So I just want to ensure that we're making sure that everything is done. And I'm a little bit nervous at this point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The minutes of whatever we are doing will be published, so everyone can be clear on what it is we did here. Now, I shall move to...
Point of
I
order.
note
It's
there
point
is
of order,
a- yes.
Madam Chair. It's Mr. Perkins
Yes,
again.
who's speaking?
Mr. Perkins.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Just for the people who are watching on Parleview, they may not have been watching earlier when the ruling was made by the chair with the advice of the legislative clerk on the reading of the amendments by the mover. So I wonder if you could repeat that ruling for the people who are watching.
Thank you. Sorry? Did someone else say something?
On that point of order, Madam Chair, it's not a point of order. The ruling's been made. It's there have been a lot of rulings over the last day. we don't need to repeat them all, just because someone may be tuning in at the moment.
I would like to read you what the orders from the House are. If the committee has not completed its clause-by-clause consideration of the bill by 9 p.m. on June the 14th, 2022, all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved, and the chair shall put the question forthwith and successively without further debate, and all remaining clauses and amendments submitted to the committee, as well as each and every question necessary to dispose of the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill. These are orders from the House. We're following them. So now we're going to go to, I'm going to ask a question because I note that in Mr. Mellor's sort of notes to the chair, underneath shall clause 4 carry, there is a note that says new clause 4.1. Mr. Mellor, could you please explain what that means?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indeed, Amendment NDP 12 creates a new clause 4.1. So if the amendment is adopted, it would create in itself the new clause 4.1. So there would no...
Thank you very much. Thanks for explaining that, Mr. Mellor. So I shall then now move to NDP 12. Shall NDP 12... shall NDP 12 carry?
NDP 12, Mr. Biddle.
Yes, I don't. It's written here, but I don't see. I don't see what exactly NDP 12 is. So NDP 12. I shall have to check NDP 12 and make sure that I'm on page as well. NDP 12, here we go.
Point of order,
Page
Madam
88.
Chair.
Yes, Ms. Goodrich.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. Just because I do believe that there is a little bit of confusion as we speak on this, perhaps, as it does sound like there is some changes based on an earlier vote this morning to this particular thing that we are voting on, and it is not part of the initial package that was sent to us. Perhaps the clerk can send us the updated pieces so that we can ensure that as we're voting on the appropriate amendments.
Thank you. I will ask Mr. Mellor if he has sent all of the updated information to the full committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I think so. I think so. They were just, yeah.
Page 88.
Page 88.
What we are speaking about is on page 88 for everyone's information if they choose to find it in their package. And it was in the most recent package sent by the clerk. And now I shall go back to, we shall not have debate on this. I shall go back to NDP clause 12. Shall NDP clause 12 carry?
Madam Chair?
NDP 12, Mr.
Yes, Philippe?
It's NDP 12. You said NDP clause 12. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Shall NDP 12 carry?
NDP 12, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Couteau?
Opposed.
Ms. Hepner?
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather?
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis?
Opposed.
Mr. Nader?
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas?
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich? Mr. Waugh?
Opposed.
Monsieur Champoux?
Contre.
Monsieur Julian?
En favor.
Ten nays, 1 yay.
NDP amendment 12 does not carry, and so there is no need for a new clause 4.1. Now we're going to move to CPC 16 next, and that has been dealt with Liberal 1 was adopted. We're going to NDP 15.1. Shall NDP 15.1 carry?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Philippe, Mr. Mellor?
Can I just check where we are? I think you jumped ahead.
I have, the last thing we did was voted on NDP 12, and I am following your clause by clause, and the next thing here is, shall CPC 16 carry, but it was already dealt with when Liberal 1 was adopted. So the next I have is NDP 15.1. Please correct me if I have the wrong information.
Yes, let me just clarify something. Lib 6 was adopted as a consequence to the adoption of Lib 1.
Yes.
So this one has been dealt with already.
Yes.
And then we should be at NDP 13.
I do not have an NDP 13, Mr. Mellor. My next NDP is NDP 15.1. But I shall search for NDP 13.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I would suggest, yes.
Maybe it's a good time for a health break for 5 minutes.
I was just about to suggest that. Thank you very much. Shall we suspend while we have a health break, please? Now, Mr. Mellor, you and I can actually speak in the interim. I would like to apologize to everyone. That's one of the things about virtual. A lot of my stuff is coming through in a printer, and 2 pages were stuck together. And the page that continued from where we were with NDP 11 or in NDP 12 got stuck and to another page, and I moved on to the next page, which missed a whole page. Thank you. So apologies to everyone. It becomes quite difficult when you are sitting in one spot trying to do this, but I know that you will all bear with me on it. Now, so we shall be going to, shall NDP 12 carry? And I think have we done that already, Clerk?
Order, Madam Chair. I don't believe we're at the right spot from where we left off, but perhaps we could have the clerks confirm.
That's what I've asked the clerks. I don't know who spoke up, but I just asked the clerk just before you spoke up, so we're waiting for the clerk to tell me. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we are on NDP
yes,
13. 13.
We're on NDP 13. NDP 10 was voted on. Thank you. 12 was voted on. Thank you very much. Now, we are at NDP 13. Before we get to NDP 13, I just wanted to let everyone know that the Liberal 6 is no longer being a thing because it was already voted on and adopted in the NDP when the Liberal 1 motion. So we now go to NDP 13. Shall NDP 13 carry?
It looks like consensus in the room, Madam Chair.
Beg your pardon?
On division.
It was said on division.
All right, so that it shall carry on division then. NDP 13. Sorry, NDP 13 is carried on division. NDP 14. Shall NDP 14 carry?
It's been withdrawn.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
I withdrew it earlier, Madam Chair. NDP 14 is withdrawn.
NDP 14, that's right. NDP 14 was withdrawn earlier. Thank you. Now we finished with all the NDP withdrawals. Okay, thank you. Now, the next one, therefore, would be Liberal 7, which was adopted with Liberal 1, and so we won't be voting on that. So the next one is CPC 15. Shall CPC 15 carry? Shall CPC 15 carry?
And then passed.
You might change your mind.
Shall we suspend for a while, Clerk?
Madam Chair, I think you have unanimity in the room to support CPC 15.
All right, that's good. Then CPC 15 is carried. Now, NDP 14.1, was that withdrawn with NDP 14?
No,
Peter?
but it's negated,
Okay.
Madam Chair. It's negated with the passage of the CPC amendment. Mr. Nader wrote a
Thank
better
you.
amendment.
Oh, okay. My goodness, we're getting places. So NDP has been removed, and so CPC 15.1, shall CPC 15.1 carry? I am getting no feedback
Mr.
whatsoever.
Mr. Biddle,
Opposed.
Mr. Cotto,
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner. Opposed. Mr. Housefather,
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis,
Opposed.
Mr. Nader,
In favor.
Ms. Thomas,
In favor.
Ms. Goodrid.
Goodridge. Ms. Goodridge, in favor.
Mr. Vaughn,
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux,
Contre.
Mr. Julian,
Conklin.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC 15.1 does not carry. NDP 15, NDP 12, when it was not adopted, was it?
No, it wasn't.
So shall NDP 15 carry?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Goodridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pursuant to Standing Order 65, motions to be in writing and seconded and read in both languages, and that all motions shall be in writing and seconded before being debated or put to the chair. And when a motion is seconded, it shall be read in English and French by the speaker if he or she is familiar with both languages, and if not, the speaker shall read the motion in one language and direct the clerk of the table to read it in the other before debate. And while I'm aware that this is a standing order of the House and not that of committees, it is a general understanding that the House rules supersede that of the committee, and I believe there would be space for clarification to have these amendments read prior to voting on them, as is Standing Order 65 states in the House very clearly.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thank you very much. And I just wanted to say that I had already read from the orders of the House under motion 16 in the House, and it says, if the committee has not completed its clause by clause consideration of the bill by 9 p.m. on June the 14th, 2022, all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved, and the chair shall put the question forthwith and successively without further debate on all remaining clauses, and amendments submitted to the committee as well in each and every question necessary to dispose of the clause by clause consideration with the bill. So the House orders under motion 16 have decided what we will do, and we're following those House orders.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, I have no idea who that
It's
is.
Rick Perkins.
Yes, Mr. Perkins?
I appreciate you reading out motion 16. Motion 16 doesn't say that the mover cannot explain what the purpose of the motion is, and I think we're missing that in terms of this. It only prohibits debate, so I would ask the committee have the mover explain their amendment.
I will ask Mr. Miller to please interpret, because it is what I read, and I think it's pretty clear that we just go successively with no intervention at all, just to go and deem that all of those have been moved.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
And we ask the question.
Point of order,
yes,
Madam Chair, on the same
Mr.
subject.
Nater.
I would just point out that in the House of Commons, which is where our procedure comes from, when a time allocation order is applied in the House, and the Speaker must put forth all the questions necessary to dispose of that said stage. Often there's multiple amendments at that point. The Speaker in the House still reads out each amendment or each motion. There's the option to dispense, but it's a similar terminology. Without debate or amendment. The same thing is in these orders, without debate or amendment. The interpretation that's been followed in the House of Commons on a time allocation motion, for example, or closure, the Speaker still puts the question. The Speaker still puts the wording of the motion. So I would offer that in assistance to you in interpreting this bill this motion before us.
It's
I
point of order.
think that yes.
It's Chris.
Yes, Chris.
And following on Mr. Nader, and committees are then masters of their own destiny, and even at the start of the motion, notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of this House. Further that, you've already ruled on this. I appreciate the attempt to slow this down, but Madam Chair, you've already ruled on this. Nothing has changed, and we should just proceed.
And it is also my understanding that when debate is not allowed, there is therefore no point of order. It is that is deemed to be debate. Now, these are all deemed to be moved. That is key to this. All of these motions are after 9 p.m. are deemed to be moved. And so nobody's moving motions, and they don't need to speak to it. Thank you very much.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes,
It's
Mr. Perkins, I'm
Thank you.
beginning to recognize your voice. Yes,
Well,
Mr. Perkins.
Thank you. Thank you. I feel flattered.
Yes, indeed. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think before there was another point of order given. You were going to ask the clerk whether my question on a point of order of the motion 16 doesn't disallow a mover from explaining their motion without debate. It only talks about prohibiting debate. And I believe that in order to allow for those here to be able to understand these motions, some of which are very complex, would be helpful for the mover to make that explanation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perkins. But I have ruled based on advice from the clerk that in fact, because, and I think this is a key point, because as of 9 p.m., every single one of these amendments have been deemed to have been moved. So if they are moved, there is no need to speak to it. They are deemed to be moved. So there is no further debate. We just have to go successively, being the terminology used by motion 16. So I've ruled on this, and I think, in fact, there should really be no points of order as we're moving through this right now. I am just allowing people to have a say if they wish to, just so nobody feels that they have been, walked over. So now, I got those rulings from the clerk with regard to motion 16 to answer your question. Now, we are going to, I'm going to ask the question, shall clause 5 carry?
Madam Chair, it's Anthony. We're on NDP 15, Madam Chair. We haven't voted on that one yet.
It was I think the NDP 15 was already dealt with when NDP 12 was adopted.
Madam Chair.
Oh, Madam Chair. No, we're at NDP 15, believe me, and after that we'll go to clause 5.
I shall read you what the clerk's notes say, the legislative clerk. NDP 15, it was already dealt with if NDP 12 was adopted.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Miller.
NDP 15, NDP 12 was not adopted. So therefore, NDP 15 was not dealt with yet. So we are on NDP 15 right now.
Thank you. Well, now, so shall NDP 15 carry?
No.
NDP 15. Mr. Bittle.
Opposed.
Mr. Cotto.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Contre.
Mr. Housewater.
Contre.
Mr. Lewis.
Against.
Mr. Nader.
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas.
Opposed.
Ms. Ms. Goodwin. Goodridge. Sorry about that.
Thank you. I vote opposed.
Mr. Waugh.
Opposed.
Monsieur Champoux.
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
Pour. C'est un super bon amendement.
Yeas, 1. All the others, nays.
NDP 15 shall not carry. Now, I will move to shall clause 5 carry?
As amended, Madam Chair?
Yes, as amended. Shall clause 5 carry as amended?
On division. On division.
All right, so clause 5 shall carry on division. Thank you.
No, Madam Chair, there wasn't.
Now,
Madam Chair, there wasn't consent for division.
There was no consent for
Then-
division, so we'll go for recorded division.
All right, then let's go for recorded division. Thank you for telling me what's going on the floor, because I cannot see, and I'm hoping that someone will tell me what's going on so that I'm aware. Thank you. Now, thank you for telling me this, whoever told me that it was not agreed on division. Now, on division, please, shall clause 5 carry?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Biddle,
In favor.
Mr. Cotto,
In favor?
Ms. Hefner,
En faveur.
Mr. Housewater,
In favor.
Mr. Lewis,
In favor.
Mr. Nader,
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas,
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich,
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh,
Opposed.
Monsieur Champoux,
Pour.
Mr. Julian.
En faveur.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Clause 5 is carried. And now we're going into clause 6, and I just wanted to say that the Liberal 8, which is the first one in that clause, it has already been adopted with Liberal when Liberal 1 was adopted. Now, we're moving to NDP. I should, just for the sake of everyone knowing, CPC 16 has already dealt with the vote on Liberal 1, so it was removed. And CPC 16 was already dealt with the Liberal 1 when it was adopted. So now the next on our agenda is NDP 15.
Point of order.
Yes.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just, for clarity's sake, CPC 16 was not dealt with on Liberal 1. It was withdrawn. I just don't want anyone thinking that it was dealt with on LPC 1. It was withdrawn. So it has nothing to do with LPC 1, with Liberal Party 1. It was
Thank
withdrawn
you.
by the Conservative
Thank you.
Party.
All right. Thank you. Now, so, and CPC 16 was already dealt with, I'm told on the chair's notes, if Liberal 1 was adopted, and therefore we
No, Madam Chair. No, just point of order again. Sorry. Liberal 1 has nothing to do with CPC 16. CPC 16 was withdrawn by the Conservative Party members. It was not related to LPC 1.
Thank you. So I do not have a note of that withdrawal. What I have is if Liberal 1 was adopted. Now, I shall move on to NDP 15.1. Shall NDP 15.1 carry?
Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coutu.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
Abstain.
Ms. Thomas.
Abstain.
Ms. Goodrich.
I will also abstain.
Mr. Waugh.
Abstain.
Monsieur Champoux.
Contre.
Monsieur Julian.
Pour.
6 nays, 1 yay.
Sorry, 6 nays and 1 yay?
Yes, 6 nays, 1 yay.
Thank you. So there was abstinence, because I couldn't quite hear from the floor what people were saying. So obviously, all right, so shall NDP 1 does not carry. 15.1 does not carry. G4. And again, I am told here with the clerk's note that if it was already dealt with if Liberal 1 was adopted. Is somebody challenging that? All right, I shall move on then. Shall clause 6 carry as amended?
On division.
So clause 6 carries on. Is everyone in agreement with on division?
No,
or
we
do
have
you want to record
G4
the
yet,
vote?
Madam Chair. We have G4, Amendment G4.
I just said that G4
Madam,
I have, under the clerk's notes, was already dealt with if Liberal 1 was adopted. Liberal 1 was adopted.
Madam Chair, can I check my note again? It appears that there
Yes, please,
may
Mr.
be
Mello,
a
'cause
mistake there.
Those are the notes I'm reading, yeah? Mhm.
Thank you.
Just a point of order, Madam Chair, just to speed things up, if you don't mind, for Mr. Milla, this is correct because we're using official language minorities the same as we did in Lib 1 and substituting it for English and French minority communities. So it's the same essence. Like, it's the same reason you, I think, ruled the others were consequential. This would also be consequential because all it's doing is changing the term.
Thank you, Mr. Housefather, for that clarification. But Mr. Mello will give me his ruling.
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes, that's right, Mr. Housefather. However, I don't think we decided at that time that it would be consequential directly, so it would be better off to vote on it now to make sure.
All right. Thank you. I shall be pleased
Point
then
of
to ask
order, Madam
question.
Chair. It's Ms.
Sure,
Goodridge.
G4. Yes, Ms. Goodridge.
Thank you. So G4, it actually has the second part of the amendment in French in both the English and the French version. So I believe that this is not accurate. And so I would ask that we have this translated. Apologies for not catching this earlier, as we have a very large amount of amendments that we're going through, and we're going through it so quickly. I can understand where some errors can be made, but I do think that it's important to make sure that we have this in both official languages before we vote on this.
Point of order on
Thank you. Yes, who, I don't
it's
know.
Chris
whose
on the same point of order.
Yes, Chris, go ahead.
It's not an error. It's only amending the French.
It is an error.
It isn't an error.
So if no one has an English version to this, shall we suspend while they get it?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Although we're not debating anything, we're just moving through. Yes? I don't know who's raising the point of order, Chris. Yeah? Mm-hmm.
It's only amending the French version. There's no English. There's no English version. This is correct, as the bill says. It's amending, or sorry, in English, it's saying it's amending the French version on lines 1 and 2 with the following. It has nothing to do with the English. This is correct. It's proper. It's been drafted properly.
Point of order, Madam Chair. It's Ms. Goodridge
Mr.
on the
Mello?
same.
Yes, Ms. Goodridge.
Thank you. Perhaps we can just have clarification from the clerk, just to reassure us as we are moving through a lot of these amendments very quickly. I think it is absolutely incumbent upon us that we are endeavoring to have the best possible legislation for Canadians, and that means no possible errors, especially a potential error in translation.
Thank you, Ms. Goodridge. I was just about to ask the clerk to explain this and to speak
wonderful.
to it.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Mello? Mr. Mello?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, indeed, the amendment is properly drafted. It amends only the French version. So if you look at the English version of the amendment on the left side of the page, the lead-in would be in English, but it would refer to the French text because only the French text is amended. But the lead-in, that bill C11 in clause 6 be amended by replacing in the French version lines 1 and 2 on page 10 with the following. That would be for the English-speaking person reading the amendment to say this is where you have to look, but you have to look in the French version because only the French version has been amended. So it's properly drafted because of that.
Thank you. Ms. Goodridge, is that clarified for you?
Yes, Mrs. Chair, I still believe that there might be some error and some confusion in this. However, it is in fact clarified, and I think this just speaks at a larger point to some of these challenges we have.
This is debate. We've already ruled on this, Ms. Goodridge. So now I shall ask a question. Shall G4 carry as amended? Well, it's an amendment. So shall G4 carry?
Mr. Biddle?
Yes.
Mr. Coteau?
Yes.
Ms. Hefner?
Yes.
Mr. Housefather?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis?
In favor.
Mr. Nader,
In favor.
Ms. Thomas,
Abstain.
Ms. Goodrich,
Abstain.
Mr. Waugh,
Yeah, in favor.
Monsieur Champoux,
Pour.
Monsieur Julian, nine yeas.
Thank you. So clause 4 was carried. Clause G4, sorry, was carried. Now, shall clause 6 carry as amended?
Recorded vote.
First recorded division on clause 6, Mr. Biddle,
Yes.
Monsieur Coteau,
Yes.
Ms. Hefner,
Yes.
Monsieur Housefather,
Yes.
Mr. Lewis,
In favor.
Mr. Nader,
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas,
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich,
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh,
Opposed.
Monsieur Champoux,
En faveur.
Monsieur Julian.
En faveur.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Clause 6 carries. And now the question should be, shall clause 7 carry?
Madam Chair, it's Anthony. I think you have a consensus to the room to carry it on division.
Yes, and so I will ask if the room is in agreement. If somebody is not in agreement that we can do it on division, please let me know. Speak now. So it is clause 7 is carried on division, having heard no one opposing that. All right, so we now move to clause 8, which is BQ 12. Shall BQ 12 carry?
Mr. Biddle,
En faveur.
Mr. Coteau,
In favor.
Madame Hefner,
Oui.
Monsieur Housefather,
Oui.
Mr. Lewis,
In favor.
Mr. Nader,
In favor.
Ms. Thomas,
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich,
In favor.
Mr. Waugh,
In favor?
Monsieur Champoux,
Oui.
Mr. Julian.
Oui.
Eleven yeas.
Thank you. B12 carries unanimously. Now, shall clause 8 carry?
As amended, Madam Chair.
As amended, yes.
I'm hearing on division, Madam Chair.
Is anybody opposing the on division? Because I've had it opposed before. Since no one is opposing on division, then it's clause 8 is carried on division. Now, shall clause 9 carry? Well, clause 9 was not amended. Shall clause 9 carry?
Madam Chair, I'm hearing on division.
Is anyone opposing the on division? No, so clause 9 is carried. Clause 10. On clause 10, we begin with Liberal 9. Shall Liberal 9 carry?
Mr. Biddle. Mr. Coteau.
In favor.
Ms. Hefner.
En faveur.
Mr. Housefather.
En faveur.
Mr. Lewis.
In favor.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas. Ms.
I'm going to
Thomas.
abstain, thank you.
Ms. Goodrich.
I think I have a similar question to the last time, where I just want clarification around the translation, because it is, and perhaps the clerk could clarify, was the original legislation not accurate in the French version, but the English was?
In one case, both of them were wrong.
See, and I understand I don't want to get into a space of debate, but I think this is why it would be very useful if the mover of the motion could give a very quick...
Thank you, Ms. We already ruled on that, Ms. Goodrich. Can you please ask your question, Mr. Meller?
Rappel au règlement, Madame la Présidente, je ne pense pas qu'on puisse lancer...
Madam Chair, I don't think we can launch points of order during the recorded division. I think it's time to vote on this.
All right. I am allowing a fair amount of leeway because I do not want people to say they were not heard. Now, so we are on Liberal 9. Shall Liberal 9 carry?
Madame la Présidente, nous sommes en...
Madam Chair, we are right in the middle of recorded division.
Would you like a break?
Ms. Goodrich?
I vote in favor.
Mr. Watt?
In favor.
Mr. Champu?
En faveur.
Mr. Julian?
En faveur.
10 yeas. Madam Chair, 10 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Liberal 9 is carried, and I am also told by the clerk that there is a hard stop for interpreters to have a break, and so I'm suspending so that this can be carried out.
Madam Chair, just
return. Yes.
Just to be precise, 15 minutes minimum.
So shall we suspend for 15 minutes then? Thank you. the clause by clause. Now, I have here with my notes with regard to conflicts from the clerk, and it says that if Liberal 9 is adopted, then BQ 13, page 104, CPC 18, page 107, cannot be moved due to a line conflict. So, given that my next up would have been BQ 13, it cannot be moved, so I shall move on to CPC 17. Thank you. Shall CPC 17 carry? Can people hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. So, my question is, shall CPC 17 carry?
CPC 17, Mr. Biddle. Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Against.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Mr. Shampoo.
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yays.
So CPC 17 does not carry. NDP 15.2. Shall NDP 15.2 carry?
I sense momentum. I sense momentum.
Mr. Biddle.
There's momentum around this
Mr. Coteau?
amendment. Oh!
Ms. Hefner. Mr. Housefather.
It's a good one.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
Abstain.
Ms. Thomas.
Abstain.
Ms. Goodrich.
Abstain.
Mr. Waugh.
Abstain.
Mr. Shampoo.
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
Pour.
6 nays, 1 yay.
The NDP 15.2 did not carry. CPC 18. And now I think CPC 18 cannot be moved when we passed Liberal 9. So I shall go past CPC 18 and move on to NDP 15.3. Shall NDP 15.3 carry?
Mr. Biddle. Mr. Coteau.
No.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas.
Opposed.
Mr. Upal. Excuse me, sorry. Ms. Goodrich.
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh.
Opposed.
Mr. Shampoo.
En faveur.
Mr. Julian.
En faveur.
Nine nays, 2 yays.
NDP 15.3 did not carry. BQ 14. Should BQ 14 carry?
Without a doubt.
BQ 14.
Unanimously.
Mr. Biddle. Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas.
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich.
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh.
Opposed.
Mr. Shampoo.
En faveur.
Mr. Julian.
En faveur.
9 nays, 2 yays.
BQ 14 did not carry. Liberal 9.1. Shall Liberal 9.1 carry?
9.1, Mr. Biddle.
In favor.
Mr. Coteau?
Yes.
Ms. Hefner?
Oui.
Mr. Housefather?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis?
In favor.
Mr. Nader?
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas?
Opposed.
Ms. Goodridge?
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh?
Opposed.
Monsieur Champoux?
Oui.
Monsieur Julian?
Oui.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Liberal 9.1 carries. NDP 16, shall NDP 16 carry?
That's terrific.
NDP 16,
Let's just
Mr.
move on.
Biddle. Mr. Coteau?
No.
Ms. Hefner?
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather?
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis?
Opposed.
Mr. Nader?
Abstain.
Ms. Thomas?
Abstain.
Ms. Goodrich?
Abstain.
Mr. Waugh?
No.
Monsieur Champoux?
Pour.
Monsieur Julian?
Pour.
Six nays, 2 yeas.
NDP 16 did not carry. NDP 17, I'd just like to flag to everyone that if NDP 17 is adopted, BQ 15, page 113, and NDP 17.1 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. So, shall NDP 17 carry?
NDP 17, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
No.
Ms. Hefner. Mr. Housefather.
Contre.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas.
No.
Ms. Goodrich.
No.
Mr. Waugh.
Opposed.
Monsieur Champoux.
En faveur.
Monsieur Julian.
En faveur.
9 nays, 2 yeas.
NDP 17 did not carry. Now, so we can therefore move to BQ 15. And now if BQ 15 is adopted, NDP 17.1 and NDP 18, which are on page 115, cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Now, we will go to, I would also like to inform everyone that if BQ 15 is adopted, NDP 17.1 becomes moot as they are identical, and BQ 15 is defeated. So is NDP 17.1 for the same reason. All right, so now we shall go. Shall BQ 15 carry?
BQ 15, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Contre.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas.
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich.
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh.
Opposed.
Monsieur Champoux.
En faveur.
Monsieur Julian.
En faveur.
9 nays, 2 yeas.
BQ 15 does not carry. And so we shall move to NDP 17.1. Shall NDP 17.1 carry?
Madam Chair?
Yes?
Uh,
Mr. Mellor?
Sorry, BQ 15 and NDP 17.1 are identical, so NDP 17.1 would be defeated as well.
Automatically.
Yep.
All right, so that we will not go to NDP 17.1. And what about NDP 18?
NDP 18 is good to go.
Thank you. All right, so we will not be voting on NDP 17.1 and we'll be voting on NDP 18. Now, does NDP 18 carry?
NDP 18, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Godot?
No.
Ms. Hefner?
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather?
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis?
Opposed.
Mr. Nader?
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas?
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich?
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh?
Opposed.
Mr. Champoux?
En faveur.
Mr. Julian?
En faveur.
9 nays, 2 yeas.
NDP 18 does not carry. And I shall go to NDP 19. And again, I'd like to warn everybody that if NDP 19 is adopted, NDP 19.1 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. NDP 19, shall NDP 19 carry?
Mr. Biddle?
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau?
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner?
Contre.
Mr. Housefather?
Contre.
Mr. Lewis?
Opposed.
Mr. Nader?
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas?
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich?
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh?
Opposed.
Mr. Champoux?
Pour.
Mr. Julian?
Oh.
9 nays, 2 yeas.
NDP 19 does not carry. And therefore, I think that NDP 19.1 can be moved. Does NDP 19.1 carry?
It's the same.
Defeated on division. Defeated on division.
I heard you, Peter. Does anyone oppose that? Because I keep getting people saying they're not all in agreement. Now, is this defeated on division? Is there anyone opposing that?
It's Chris. There seems to be consensus in the room.
Thank you. So that NDP 19.1 does not carry on division. Now, CPC 18.1
Carried on division.
shall again, it's carried on division. Everyone in agreement with that? Mr. Nader, are we sure about that?
Madam Chair, do you think you might want to record a division? Is that okay? CPC 18.1. Mr. Biddle?
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau?
No.
Ms. Hefner?
Contre.
Mr. Housefather?
Contre.
Mr. Lewis?
Opposed.
Mr. Nader?
In favor.
Ms. Thomas?
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich?
In favor.
Mr. Waugh?
In favor.
Mr. Champoux?
No.
Mr. Julian?
No.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
So CPC 18.1 does not carry. CPC 18.2 was removed. CPC 18.3 was removed as well. CPC 18.4, shall CPC 18.4 carry?
Madam, Mr. Biddle, CPC 18.4.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Contre.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
Favor.
Mr. Champoux.
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 18.4 does not carry. CPC 18.5. Shall CPC 18.5 carry?
CPC 18.5. Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Mr. Champoux.
Devoir être contre, encore une fois.
Mr. Julian.
Contre.
Seven nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 18.5 does not carry. Now I move to CPC 19. Should CPC 19 carry?
CPC 19, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
No.
Ms. Hefner.
Contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Contre.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Mr. Champoux.
No.
Mr. Julian.
Nope.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 19 does not carry. CPC 19.1. Shall CPC 19.1 carry?
CPC 19.1, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
No.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Mr. Champoux.
Contre, malheureusement.
Mr. Julian.
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 19.1 does not carry. I now move to BQ 16, but before we I call the vote, I would like to note that if BQ 16 is adopted, Liberal 10 on page 126 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Now, shall BQ 16 carry?
BQ 16, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
No.
Ms. Hefner.
Contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Contre.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
Abstain.
Ms. Thomas.
Where are we at? Q16? Abstain?
Ms. Goodrich.
I will also abstain. I believe that there's something not quite right in the translation of this particular amendment, but perhaps we could get clarification.
If you're asking for point of clarification,
Yeah, point of
please ask it,
clarification.
Mr. Mello, will you please clarify for Ms. Goodrich? Please ask your question, Ms. Goodrich, of Mr. Mello.
Thank you. A point of clarification. I do not believe that the translation quite matches.
Mr. Mello?
Thank you for the question. It would be hard for me to determine if translators have done a proper translation. I can have a look, but
language program throughout the Act, and this, because of the way the English is worded, changes the term we've been using to fix the English version throughout the Act. Because the clause was actually correct in this case in the English side, not in the French side. So my amendment only deals with the French side. Martin's does the English side too, but it amends it wrong. Sorry.
Is that Mr. Housefather speaking?
I'm so sorry, Madam Chair. I was disrupting. I'm so sorry.
No, that makes more
Fine.
sense now.
That Mr. Mellor was asked a question. And for point of clarification, Mr. Mellor.
Madam
answered.
Chair,
I think he did.
I understand now. Mr. Housefather actually gave an interesting explanation that clarified it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goodrich. All right. So now, so BQ 16.
trying to be obstructionist.
Shall BQ 16 carry?
I haven't voted.
We haven't voted on BQ 16. Shall
No,
we
I
vote on
haven't
BQ
voted.
16?
I have not voted.
Because I think, Ms. Goodrich, can we not interrupt in the middle of a vote? You can ask before it or after it. Thank you. So BQ 16.
So starting at Mr. Nader? I'm so
I
sorry.
think some
I'm
people
sorry,
voted,
Mr.
and then
Waugh,
when we got
starting-
to Ms.
Mr. Waugh, my
Goodrich,
apologies.
she did not vote. Mr. Waugh, I think, is the next person.
I'm sorry, Ms. Goodrich, didn't you abstain?
I abstained.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Waugh?
Abstain.
Monsieur Champoux?
Je vais m'abstenir aussi.
Monsieur Julian?
Pour.
Five nays, one yay.
BQ 16 does not carry, and so we can go to Liberal 10. Shall Liberal 10 carry?
Liberal 10? Mr. Biddle?
Yes.
Mr. Coteau?
In favor.
Ms. Hefner?
Oui.
Mr. Housefather?
Oui.
Mr. Lewis?
In favor.
Mr. Nader?
In favor.
Ms. Thomas?
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich?
In favor.
Mr. Waugh?
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux?
Oui, en faveur.
Mr. Julian?
En faveur.
11 yeas.
Liberal 10 carries. And now we go to CPC 20. Shall CPC 20 carry?
CPC 20, Mr. Biddle?
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau?
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner?
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather?
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis?
Opposed.
Mr. Nader?
In favor.
Ms. Thomas?
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich?
In favor.
Mr. Waugh?
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux?
Contre.
Mr. Julian?
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
All right, so CPC 20 does not carry. CPC 20.1, shall CPC 20.1 carry?
CPC 20.1, Mr. Biddle?
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau?
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner?
Contre.
Mr. Housefather?
Contre.
Mr. Lewis?
Opposed.
Mr. Nader?
In favor.
Ms. Thomas?
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich?
In favor.
Mr. Waugh?
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux?
Contre.
Mr. Julian?
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas. Dr. Fry, you're on mute.
BQ 17. Now, if I don't know if everyone heard me announce that CPC 20.1 did not carry. So now we move to BQ 17. Please be aware that if BQ 17 is adopted, NDP 19.2 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. If BQ 17 is adopted, NDP 19.2 becomes moot as they're identical. And if BQ 17 is defeated, so is NDP 19.2 for the same reason. Thank you. So we shall go. Shall BQ 17 carry?
BQ 17, Mr. Biddle?
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau?
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner?
Contre.
Mr. Housefather?
Contre.
Mr. Lewis?
Opposed.
Mr. Nader?
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas?
Opposed?
Ms. Goodrich?
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh?
Opposed.
Monsieur Champoux?
Pour.
Monsieur Julian?
Pour.
9 nays, 2 yeas.
The Q17 does not carry. So we shall go to NDP 19.2. Shall NDP 19.2 carry?
Madam Chair,
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Miller.
19.2 is identical to BQ 17, so it's also defeated.
Thank you. Then we shall move on to CPC 20.2. Shall CPC 20.2 carry?
I think we would move on to 19.3.
I do not have 19.3 yet because that should be going into clause 11, Mr. Julian.
Oh, sorry.
So
Yep.
we're finishing up this clause. Thank you. CPC 20.2. Shall CPC 20.2 carry?
CPC 20.2, Mr. Biddle? Mr. Coteau?
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner?
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather?
Contre.
Mr. Lewis?
Opposed.
Mr. Nader?
Favor.
Ms. Thomas?
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich?
In favor.
Mr. Waugh?
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux?
Contre.
Mr. Julian?
Contre.
Seven nays, 4 yeas.
Sorry, I did not hear the first part.
My apologies. That's better. 7 nays, 4 yeas.
So CPC 20.2 does not carry. Shall clause 10 carry?
As amended, Madam Chair.
As amended, sorry.
Clause 10 is amended. Mr. Biddle?
In favor.
Mr. Coteau?
In favor.
Ms. Hefner?
En faveur.
Mr. Housefather?
In favor.
Mr. Lewis?
In favor.
Mr. Nader?
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas?
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich?
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh?
Opposed.
Monsieur Champoux?
En faveur.
Mr. Julian?
En faveur.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Clause 10 carries. And now we move to clause 11. NDP 19.3. Please note that if NDP 19.3 is adopted, BQ 19 on page 134 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Shall NDP 19.3 stand? Carry.
NDP 19.3, Mr. Biddle?
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau?
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner?
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather?
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis?
Opposed.
Mr. Nader?
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas?
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich?
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh?
Opposed.
Mr. Champoux?
Contre.
Mr. Julian?
Pour.
10 nays, 1 yay.
NDP 19.3 does not carry. BQ 18, shall BQ 18 carry?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Can you please state your name before you say that?
Sorry, it's
getting
John.
late, and my voice recognition systems are going down.
You know what? You know it's amazing how AI is going to replace all of us. But it's John Nader. Again, I know we're not
Yes,
supposed
John.
to debate, but could I just get clarification on this one as well? Diffusion in both English and French. This is, again, a translation correction in the French version. I just seek clarity on that one.
Can we get some clarity from Mr. Mella?
I'm looking into it, Madam Chair.
Yes, so shall give you what, a couple of minutes, Mr. Mella, or shall we suspend for a few minutes?
No, that's fine.
All right.
Yes, yes, Mr. Nader, paragraph 7, sorry. It's clause 10. Sorry. 9. Yeah, okay, here we go. Sorry, 21, page 15. So the bill amends paragraph 10(1)(f) to (h) in the French version only. So the bill is in effect on both sides of the column in French because it amends only 3 verbs in the French version. That's why.
Thank you, Mr. Mella. And so, Mr. Nader, I think your question has been answered. Yes?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
Fine. So shall we now vote on BQ 18? Shall BQ 18 carry?
BQ 18, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
Abstain.
Ms. Thomas.
Oppose.
Ms. Goodrich.
Oppose.
Mr. Wall.
Abstain.
En faveur.
Monsieur Champoux.
En faveur.
Merci. Mr. Julian.
En faveur.
Seven nays, 2 yeas.
BQ 18 does not carry. BQ 19, shall BQ 19 carry?
BQ 19, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
No.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas.
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich.
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh.
Opposed.
Monsieur Champoux.
Faveur.
Monsieur Julian.
En faveur.
9 nays, 2 yeas.
BQ 19 shall not be carried. CPC 21, shall CPC 21 carry?
CPC 21. Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux.
Contre.
Monsieur Julian.
Entre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
The CPC 21 does not carry. CPC 22, shall CPC 22 carry?
CPC 22, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Contre.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux,
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 22 does not carry. CPC 21.1 till CPC 21.1 carry.
Madam Chair, I believe it's 22.1.
Oh, I'm sorry. My eyes are getting a bit tired, Mr. Thank you for correcting me. So shall CPC 22.1 carry?
CPC 22.1, Mr. Biddle. Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Contre.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux.
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 22.1 does not carry. And I'm going to move to Liberal 11 with a little note to the committee.
Madam Chair,
If Liberal 11, I'm sorry,
I believe Liberal 11 was withdrawn.
oh, I still have it here. I'm sorry. All right. And thank you, Mr. Mellor. So we shall not deal with Liberal 11. BQ 20. Shall BQ 20 carry?
BQ 20, Mr. Biddle. Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Coteau. Mr. Coteau, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, sir.
Opposed.
Thank you. Ms. Hefner.
Contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Contre.
Mr. Lewis.
Against.
Mr. Nader.
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas.
Opposed.
Goodrich. Mr. Waugh.
Opposed.
Mr. Champoux.
Pour.
Mr. Julian.
Contre.
Ten nays, 1 yay.
BQ 20 does not carry. I think well, so now we go to PV 5.
Point of order, Madam Chair. It's Anthony. That one is identical to the previous one, so it would have been defeated by the defeat of the block motion amendment.
All right. So, okay. So is that so, Mr. Mellor?
It is so, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So then PV 9 becomes a moot. The shell. So all right. So now we go to NDP 20. Again, if NDP 20 is adopted, BQ 21 on page 142 and PV 6 on page 143 cannot be moved due to line conflict. Now, shall NDP 20 carry?
Sorry, Dr. Frey, I'm just going to clarify. We're on NDP 20?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Biddle.
In favor.
Mr. Coteau.
In favor.
Ms. Hefner.
En favor.
Mr. Housefather.
In favor.
Mr. Lewis.
In favor.
Mr. Nader.
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas.
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich.
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh. Mr. Champoux.
Pour.
Monsieur Julian.
En faveur.
7 yeas, 4 nays. NDP 20 carries. BQ 21. Now, if BQ 21 is adopted, PV 6 becomes moot since they are identical.
Madam Chair?
Yes, yes, Mr. Mellor.
It appeared you jumped a little bit. Since NDP 20 was adopted, BQ 21 and PV 6 cannot be moved due to a line conflict.
Thank you. So that shall be moved, BQ 21 and PV 6. So now we'll move to CPC 22.2. Shall CPC 22.2 carry?
CPC 22.2, Mr. Biddle. Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Contre.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux.
Contre.
Monsieur Julian.
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 23 does not carry. And I'm sorry, I think I just jumped the gun here. We're talking about CPC 22.2. I'm sorry. I think my eyesight strayed a bit. CPC 22.3. So what did you say again? 7 nays? Chair, clerk?
I believe, give me one moment, Madam Chair. It was 7 nays, 4 yeas.
Yes. Thank you. Then CPC 22.2 does not carry. Now, does clause 11 as amended carry? I guess we should go to a recorded vote.
Recorded vote?
I'm not hearing anything.
Mr. Biddle?
11. Is it 11?
Clause 11 as amended?
In favor.
Mr. Biddle, okay, in favor. Mr. Coteau?
In favor.
Ms. Hefner?
En faveur.
Mr. Housefather?
In favor.
Mr. Lewis?
In favor.
Mr. Nader?
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas?
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich?
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh?
Oppose.
Monsieur Champoux?
En faveur.
Monsieur Julian?
En faveur.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Clause 11 is carried. Shall clause 12 carry?
Dr. Fry, I'm hearing on division.
I'm going to ask the question. Is there anyone opposing the on division? No. So then clause 12 is carried on division. Clause 13. CPC 23. Again, I will note the chair's notes. If CPC 23 is adopted, BQ 22 becomes moot since they are identical. And if CPC 23 is defeated, so is BQ 22. Now, shall CPC 23 carry?
CPC 23, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
No.
Ms. Hefner.
Contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Contre.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Mr. Goodrich.
In
Ms.
favor.
Goodrich, my apologies. In favor? Was that?
In favor.
Thank you. Mr. Waugh?
In favor.
Monsieur Champoux?
Ooh.
Monsieur Julian?
Pour.
Six yeas, 5 nays.
So clause 13 is carried. Clause 14. NDP 21. Shall NDP 21 carry?
Oh, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Miller.
I think you skipped shall clause 13 carry as amended.
Oh, I thought I said that. So shall clause 13 carry as amended?
Madam Chair, it's Anthony. I think you have a consensus on division.
All right. Do I hear anyone opposing? Madam Clerk. Anybody opposing?
No, I don't
Then
see
we
anyone.
will, clause 13 is carried on division. So clause 14, NDP 21. Shall NDP 21 carry?
Yeah. Good. Okay. Great.
NDP 21, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas.
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich.
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh.
Opposed.
Monsieur Champoux.
En faveur.
Mr. Julian.
En faveur.
9 nays, 2 yeas.
The NDP 21 did not carry. BQ 23. Shall BQ 23 carry?
BQ 23, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas.
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich.
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh.
Opposed.
Monsieur Champoux.
Pour.
Mr. Julian.
Pour.
9 nays, 2 yeas.
BQ 23 does not carry. And shall we move to BQ 24? Shall BQ 24 carry?
BQ 24, Mr. Biddle.
Contre.
Mr. Coteau.
No.
Ms. Hefner.
Contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Can you come back to me, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
Abstain.
Ms. Goodrich.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh.
Abstain.
Monsieur Champoux.
En faveur.
Mr. Julian.
En faveur.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather?
Chair.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
you have the casting vote.
Is it a tie?
Well,
It's four yeas, 4 nays.
Either we're going to fix one and get the other wrong either way, because we can't fix it. I don't know what to do.
I'm sorry, I don't know who's speaking. I'm sorry, did someone?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
you have the casting vote, so there's 4 yeas.
I
and-
realize that. I just thought someone spoke up and I didn't know what they heard. I didn't hear what they said. I will go with yes.
Excellent choix, Madame la Présidente.
Excellent choice, Madam Chair.
So the vote is 5 yeas, 4 nays.
BQ 24 carries. Now, shall clause 14 as amended carry?
Madam Chair, I just heard on division.
Yes. Is there anyone opposing on division? Everyone's happy with that? So clause 14 is carried on division. Shall clause 15 carry? Clause 14 carries as amended on division. Shall clause 15 carry?
On division.
Madam Chair, I'm hearing on division.
Everyone's agreed to that. There's no opposition to our division. Fine, then clause 15 is carried on division. Clause 16, BQ 25. If BQ 25 is adopted, then PV 7 and NDP 21 become moot since they are identical. If BQ 25 is defeated, so do PV 7 and NDP 21 for the same reasons. So, shall BQ 24 carry?
BQ 25, Mr. Biddle. Mr. Godot.
No.
Ms. Hefner.
Contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Contre.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas.
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich.
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh.
Opposed.
Monsieur Champoux.
En faveur.
Mr. Julian.
En faveur.
9 nays, 2 yeas.
BQ 25 does not carry, and neither do PV 7 nor NDP 21. Now, shall clause 16 carry? I do not think clause 16 has been amended, so shall clause 16 carry?
Madam Chair, I believe
division?
there's consensus in the room to pass it on division.
Thank you. Anyone opposing that statement? No, then we shall, clause 16 is carried on division. Clause 17, CPC 24, shall CPC 24 carry?
There is consensus in the room for a yes.
For a yes. Now, is there anyone opposing? Can you tell me, clerk? Or is there consensus?
There's consensus, Madam Chair, to pass the amendment in my name.
Thank you, Mr. Nader. CPC 24 is carried. CPC 25, should CPC 25 carry?
CPC 25, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Godot.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich.
Favor.
Mr. Waugh. Mr. Champoux.
No.
Mr. Julian.
No.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 25 does not carry. And so we go to clause 17 as amended. Carry?
I'm hearing on division.
Yes. Is there any opposition that you can hear, clerk,
No,
to
ma-
that on division?
No, Madam Chair, not currently.
Then clause 18 is carried on division. Now, shall I ask, I know we're nearing the end, but shall I ask if people just want to stretch and health break, for want of a better word?
Madam
Can I get some kind of
Madam Chair,
feedback?
people are actually shaking their head no.
No? All right, then we can keep moving. So, shall clause 19 carry?
Madam Chair,
18.
Yes, Mr. Mello.
you may have skipped 18.
Oh, sorry, I did skip 18. Yes, I'm sorry. My eyes are going screwy on me. So shall clause 17, clause 17 carried on division. Now, shall clause 18 carry?
I'm hearing on,
On
division, Madam
division.
Chair.
Yes, on division, clause 18 is carried. Shall clause 19 carry?
On division, Madam Chair.
Yes, is anyone opposing that on division, clerk?
Not that I'm seeing, Madam Chair.
No, so then clause 19 is carried on division. Shall clause 20 carry?
On division, Madam Chair.
Is anyone opposing that, clerk?
Not that I'm seeing.
All right, so clause 20 is carried on division. Shall clause 21 carry?
On division?
Anyone opposing that on division?
Not that I'm seeing, Madam Chair.
No, so then clause 21 is carried on division. We're going to clause 22. And under that clause, we have NDP 22. Shall NDP 22 carry?
NDP 22, Mr. Biddle. Mr. Coteau. Ms. Hefner. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas.
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich.
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh.
Opposed.
Mr. Champoux.
Oui.
Mr. Julian.
Oui.
9 nays, 2 yeas.
NDP 22 did not carry, and then we go to NDP 22.1. Shall NDP 22.1 carry? Shall NDP 22.1 carry?
A recorded vote.
Okay.
Mr. Biddle.
In favor.
Mr. Coteau.
In favor.
Ms. Hefner.
En faveur.
Mr. Housefather.
Favor.
Mr. Lewis.
In favor.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
Abstain.
Ms. Goodrich.
In favor?
Mr. Waugh.
In favor.
Mr. Champoux.
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
En faveur.
Nine yeas, 1 nay.
Thank you. NDP 22.1 is carried. Shall CPC 26, shall CPC 26 carry? Shall CPC 26 carry?
Unanimously, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Nader, thank you. Can we get some feedback from people? Shall
I think it actually is unanimous, Madam Chair.
Oh, it is. All right, fine. That's great. Thank you. Then CPC 26 is carried. CPC 27, shall CPC 27 carry?
Sorry?
I'm seeing you nodding around the table, Madam Chair.
Well, I would like to know for sure if everyone is nodding or there's somebody opposing it.
Madam Chair,
Shall
the CPC
CPC
amendments have been
27
getting
carry?
better as the night wears on, so I think we do have. Oh, the convinced us all.
So it's CPC is unanimously carried, CPC 27? Clerk, can you give me some feedback, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Everyone is agreeing.
All right, so CPC 27 is carried. Shall clause 22 as amended carry? Shall clause 22 as amended carry?
I'm hearing on division, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone opposing the on division? No? Well, then clause 22 is carried on division. Clause 23, BQ 26. If BQ 26 is adopted, NDP 23 becomes moot since they are identical, and PV8 cannot be moved due to line conflict. And if BQ 26 is defeated, so is NDP 23 as they are identical. Now, shall BQ 26 carry?
No.
BQ 26, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
No.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
Abstain.
Ms. Thomas.
Abstain.
Abstain.
Goodrich. Ms. Goodrich.
Abstain.
Mr. Waugh.
Abstain.
Mr. Champoux.
Pour.
Mr. Julian.
Pour.
5 nays, 2 yeas.
BQ 26 does not carry. Now, so that means that NDP 23 similarly does not carry. And PV8, shall PV8 carry?
I need to know this 2 days in advance.
Shall PV8 carry?
PV8. Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
Abstain.
Ms. Thomas.
Abstain.
Ms.
Abstain.
Goodrich. I'm sorry, Ms. Goodrich, was that abstain?
Abstain.
Thank you. Mr. Waugh.
Same, abstain.
Monsieur Chaput.
En faveur.
Mr. Julian.
Opposed.
6 nays, 1 yea.
PV8 does not carry. Now, I think there is an argument that clause 23 has not been amended at all. So shall clause 23 carry?
I'm hearing on division, Madam Chair.
Yes. Is anyone opposing the on division?
No, Madam Chair, not that
Since
I'm
we
seeing.
hear no one, since we hear no one opposing the undivision, then clause 23 is carried. Undivision. Should clause 24 carry?
I'm hearing on division, Madam Chair.
Any opposition to the undivision? No? All right. So clause 24 is carried on division. Should clause 25 carry?
I'm hearing on division, Madam Chair.
Again, no opposition to that. All right. Shall clause 25 is carried on division. Shall clause 26 carry?
I'm hearing on division, Madam Chair.
Clause 26 carries on division. Shall clause 27 carry?
I'm hearing on division, Madam Chair.
So there's no opposition to that because we had opposition a couple of times. So everyone's in agreement with clause 26, clause 27. So clause 27 is carried on division. We're moving to clause 28. CPC 27.1 has been removed, so we will not be dealing with it. CPC 28, should CPC 28 carry? Shall CPC 28 carry?
Yes, there is consensus in the room.
Is there consensus in the room, clerk?
I'm seeing heads nodding. I haven't seen anyone opposed yet.
Thank you. Then CPC 28 is carried. Shall clause 28 carry as amended?
I'm hearing on division, Madam Chair.
Is there any opposition to that on division?
Not that I'm seeing,
No?
Madam Chair.
So then clause 28 carries on division. Shall clause 29 carry?
I'm seeing on division, Madam Chair.
Yes. Any opposition to that, clerk?
Not that
No?
I'm seeing, Madam
So
Chair.
then clause 29 is carried on division. Clause 30, CPC 29. If CPC 29 is adopted, NDP 24 becomes moot since they are identical. If CPC 29 is defeated, so is NDP 24. Shall CPC 29 carry?
CPC 29, Mr. Biddle.
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau.
Opposed.
Ms. Hefner.
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather.
In favor.
Mr. Lewis.
Opposed.
Mr. Nader.
In favor.
Ms. Thomas.
In favor?
Ms. Goodrich.
In favor.
Mr. Waugh. Monsieur Champoux.
Contre.
Monsieur Julian.
En faveur.
Six yeas, 5 nays.
6 yeas, 5 nays. Then CPC 29 carries. Shall clause 30 carry as amended?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Miller?
you may have skipped 29 carries as amended.
I thought
Sorry, never
CPC
mind.
29.
Sorry, never mind.
Yes, okay, all right, thank you. So shall clause 30 carry as amended?
Madam Chair, I'm hearing on division.
So any opposition to that on division? No opposition, then clause 30 is carried on division. Just clause 31 carry. Sorry, clause 31 as amended is carried on division. Shall clause 31 carry?
I'm hearing on division, Madam Chair.
Any opposition to the on division from anybody on the floor? No? Then clause 31 is carried on division. Now we have a new clause 31.1 with G5. Shall G5 carry? Shall G5 carry?
I'm hearing on division, Madam Chair.
All right, G5 is carried on division. Again, no opposition to that on the floor, right? Everyone's in agreement on that. Okay, shall clause, therefore shall clause 32 carry as amended?
Madam Chair?
I don't have a clause 31.1 being carried.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Miller.
When the amendment G5 was adopted, it created by itself the new clause 31.1.
A new clause?
Yep.
All right. Then shall clause 31.1 as amended carry? Shall clause 31.1 as amended carry?
Yes, I'm hearing on division, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Clerk. So it is carried on division unless there is no anyone contesting it. Shall clause 32 carry? Shall clause 32 carry?
On division, Madam Chair, is what I'm hearing in the room.
No opposition to the on division, then clause 32 is carried. Shall clause 33 carry? Shall clause 33 carry?
On division, Madam Chair, you have consensus.
Yes, Mr. Housefather, but I want to know if somebody is opposing it because I've had it before. Now, is clause 32 being carried? Anybody saying nay to the on division, Ms. Clerk?
Clause 33, Madam Chair, and I'm not seeing any opposition in the room.
Clause 33, right? So clause 33 is carried on division. Clause 34. So clause 34 carry?
I'm seeing on division, Madam Chair.
Any opposition to the on division on that floor? No?
Not that I'm
If there's
seeing
none, then clause 34 is carried on division. Shall clause 35 carry?
I'm hearing on division,
Shall clause
Madam Chair.
35? All right. So any opposition to that, Clerk? If there is none, clause 35 is carried on division. Shall clause 36 carry?
On division.
Shall clause 36 carry?
I'm hearing on division, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any opposition to that on division, Clerk? No, then clause 36 is carried on division. Clause 37, NDP 24.1. And I would like the committee to know that if I have no idea what that means. So clause 33, NDP 24.1.
Very good.
Shall NDP 24.1 carry?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, be great.
I shall read you the legislative clerk's note on this. Bill C-11 amends mainly the Broadcasting Act in various ways. This amendment seeks to amend the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission Act by requiring the Commission to collect statistical data to be included in the report on its activities in accordance with Section 13(2) of the Act, based on the implementation of Section 3 of the Broadcasting Act. And as House of Commons Procedure and Practice, third edition states on page 770, an amendment to a bill was referred to committee after second reading and is out of order if it is beyond the scope and principle of the bill. So, in our opinion, the amendment, by requiring the collection of statistical data not envisioned in the bill, it goes beyond the scope of the bill. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible. This ruling applies also to CPC 29.1 because it is identical to NDP 24.1. Shall I move on further? Now. Shall NDP 24.1 carry?
Madam Chair?
Yes, please, Mr. Mellor.
You just ruled it. You just ruled
I did
it.
not hear from anybody at all. I don't know if people are agreeing with me or not. I can't see the floor.
Point of order, Madam Chair. You had ruled NDP 24.1 out of order, so I don't think we would be voting on it.
I did not know if anyone was challenging that ruling, Mr. Housefather, because I didn't hear from anyone. So not being able to see the floor, I am hoping that somebody could feed back to me on what is going on. So if everyone has agreed that NDP 24.1 is inadmissible, then I shall not ask for a vote on it. And so shall I not ask for the vote on CPC 29.1? Now, shall clause 37 carry?
37.
Shall clause 37 carry?
I'm hearing on division, Madam Chair.
Any opposition to that on division? If not, then clause 37 is carried on division. Shall clause 38 carry? Madam Clerk, shall clause 38 carry?
I'm hearing on division, Madam Chair.
All right, so if no one opposes that on division, everyone's in agreement, clause 38 is carried on division. Shall clause 39 carry?
Point of order, Madam Chair, it's Chris.
Yes, Chris?
I think there's agreement that we can group everything until clause 52 and pass it on division.
All right, if that's full agreement from everybody, then
There's not.
I
object.
All right, so we have an objection. So we shall go with clause 39 carry?
I'm hearing on division, Madam Chair.
Clause 39 is carried on division. Anyone opposing the on division? Again, clause 39 is carried on division. Shall clause 40 carry?
I'm hearing on division, Madam Chair.
Anyone opposing the on division? Then clause 40 is carried on division. Shall clause 41 carry?
I'm hearing on
Shall
division,
clause
Madam
41?
Chair?
Yes, clause 41 is carried on division. Clause 42?
I'm hearing on division, Madam Chair.
On division, clause 42 with no objection is carried on division. Clause 43 is carried on division. Clause 44 is carried on division. Hearing no one opposing it. Clause 45 is carried on division. Clause 46, shall it carry on division as well?
Yes, Madam Chair, yes.
Yes, thank you. Clause 46 is carried on division. Thank you. Shall clause 47 carry? Shall clause 47 carry?
On division.
Thank you. It is so clause 41 is carried on division. Shall clause 48 carry?
Division.
Yes, clause 48 is carried on division. Shall clause 49 carry?
On division.
On division.
On division, clause 49 is carried on division. Clause 50 carry?
On division.
All right, clause 50 is carried on division. Shall clause 51 carry?
On division.
Okay, clause 51 is carried on division. Shall clause 52 carry?
On division.
Clause 52 is carried on division. Clause 53. Clause 53, we have CPC 29.2. Shall CPC 29.2 carry?
On division. Oh, sorry. No. No.
Shall
No,
CPC 29.2 carry?
No.
Clerk.
No. No, you got me. No. No.
Clerk.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Mr. Biddle?
Opposed.
Mr. Coteau?
Opposed.
Sefner?
Opposed.
Mr. Housefather?
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis?
Opposed.
Mr. Nader?
In favor. In favor.
Ms. Thomas?
In favor.
Ms. Goodridge?
In favor.
Mr. Wall?
In favor.
Mr. Champoux?
5 years, okay.
Mr. Champoux?
Contre.
Mr. Julian?
En faveur.
Oh. You have a friend.
6 nays, 5 yeas.
So CPC 29.2 is not carried. So shall clause 53 carry? It's not been amended. Shall clause 53 carry?
On division.
Is that an agreement with everyone? Then clause 53 is carried on division. Yes. Clause
Sometimes
54.
you believe-
No, if people don't speak up, I'm going to just take it for granted that everyone is in agreement. Clause 54. Shall CPC 30 carry?
Mr. Biddle? Mr. Coteau?
Opposed.
Ms. Sefner?
No.
Mr. Housefather?
Opposed.
Mr. Lewis?
Opposed.
Mr. Nader?
In favor.
Ms. Thomas?
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich?
In favor.
Mr. Wall?
Favor.
Mr. Champoux?
No.
Mr. Julian?
No.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 30 does not carry. Shall clause 54 carry?
I'm hearing on division, Madam Chair.
Yes, then if no one is opposing, hearing no voices, clause 54 is carried on division. Shall the short title carry?
Mr. Biddle?
In favor.
Mr. Coteau?
In favor.
Sefner?
In favor.
Mr. Housefather?
In favor.
Mr. Lewis?
In favor.
Mr. Nader?
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas?
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich?
Opposed.
Mr. Wall?
Opposed.
Mr. Champoux?
Pour.
Mr. Julian?
Ooh.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
The short title carries. And so shall the title carry?
I'm hearing on division,
Shall the
Madam Chair?
title carry? You're hearing on division. Anyone in the proposition, if I don't hear you, the title is carried on division. Shall the bill as amended carry? Shall the bill as
I'm hearing
amended
recorded
carry?
division, Madam Chair.
All right, then please go ahead.
Thank you. The bill is amended. Mr. Biddle?
Favor.
Mr. Coteau?
In favor.
Ms. Hefner?
Oui.
Mr. Housefather?
En faveur.
Mr. Lewis?
In favor.
Mr. Nader?
Opposed.
Ms. Thomas?
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich?
Opposed.
Mr. Waugh?
Opposed.
Mr. Champoux?
En faveur.
Mr. Julian?
En faveur.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
The bill as amended carries. And shall the chair report the bill as amended to the House?
On division, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Accepting that the chair shall report the bill as amended to the House on division. And shall the committee order a reprint of the bill as amended for the use of the House at report stage? Shall the committee order a reprint of the bill as amended for the use of the House at report stage?
On division, Madam Chair.
On division, hearing no one saying anything else, it is carried on division. Thank you. I think everyone that ends this meeting.
Point of order.
Yes,
Madam Chair?
Mr. Peter, is it Mr. Julian?
Yes, it is, Madam Chair. I think we
Yes,
owe...
I recognize your voice so well, Mr. Julian.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I think we all owe a debt of thanks to the clerks, to the legislative clerks who've been working on getting the amendments, the translators, and I think through you, Madam Chair, our profound thanks for the effectiveness of the staff of the House of Commons at all levels is...
Thank you, Mr. Julian. Is there anyone wishing to say anything else before we adjourn? Hearing nothing, I wanted to actually agree with Mr. Julian for the terrific work that everyone has done to support these meetings, and also to specifically to Mr. Mellor, because he has been extraordinary in doing a lot of work in a very short time. So again, I move that this House be now adjourned unless anyone thinks otherwise. That this House be now adjourned, and I want to thank all of you. This has been very tiring and very troubling for you all, I know, and been very emotional, and I know you're tired. So thank you all as a committee for being very congenial, mostly throughout it. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.